You're now listening to Flash Marriage to the Stranger I Kissed. Chapter 1. Olivia Parker straightened her charcoal pencil skirt one last time before stepping through the gleaming revolving doors of the Bellevue Hotel. The grandeur of the lobby, with its soaring ceilings and marble floors, momentarily stole her breath. This was the premier luxury hotel in the city, and landing the position of event coordinator here would be a game-changer for her career. "You've got this," she whispered to herself, clutching her portfolio tighter as she approached the reception desk. The interview was scheduled with Mr. Abernathy, the head of guest relations. As she followed the receptionist's directions to the executive offices on the 4th floor, Olivia mentally rehearsed her answers to potential questions. Her 3 years of experience at a smaller boutique hotel had prepared her well, but this was the big leagues. The interview went better than she'd dared hope. Mr. Abernathy seemed genuinely impressed by her portfolio and innovative event ideas. "Your attention to detail is remarkable, Miss Parker," he said, closing her portfolio. "And your references speak highly of your ability to handle pressure situations." "Thank you, sir. I believe that's where I shine brightest," she replied, unable to contain her smile. Mr. Abernathy stood, extending his hand. "We'll be in touch by the end of the week. But between us," he lowered his voice slightly, "I think you'd be an excellent addition to our team." Leaving the office, Olivia felt like she was floating. The weight of 3 months of job searching lifted from her shoulders. She checked her watch, just past noon. Mark's business conference should be on lunch break now. Mark, her boyfriend of 3 years, was attending a hospitality industry conference at this very hotel. She'd been so focused on her interview preparation that they hadn't connected since yesterday morning. What perfect timing. She could surprise him with her good news. She texted him, "Where are you having lunch? Just finished my interview." No immediate response. She decided to check the main restaurant anyway, where most conference attendees would likely be dining. The Bellevue's signature restaurant, the Azure, was bustling with suited professionals. Olivia scanned the tables, searching for Mark's familiar sandy hair and broad shoulders. She finally spotted him in a corner booth, his back to the entrance. Excitement bubbling, she started toward him, then froze. Mark wasn't alone. Across from him sat a woman with glossy dark hair cascading down her back. That wasn't unusual in itself. Mark networked constantly. What stopped Olivia cold was their posture. Mark was leaning forward, his hand entwined with the woman's on the table. The intimacy of the gesture was unmistakable. As if in a trance, Olivia approached the table. Neither noticed her until she was standing right beside them. "Mark." Her voice sounded distant to her own ears. He startled, dropping the woman's hand as if burned. "Olivia. What are you?" His expression cycled rapidly from shock to guilt to something harder to read. The woman looked between them, confusion evident on her perfectly made-up face. "Mark, who is this?" "I'm his girlfriend," Olivia said, her voice steadier than she felt. "Of 3 years." The woman's eyes widened, then narrowed as she turned to Mark. "You told me you were single." "Victoria, I can explain," Mark began. "Oh, I'd love to hear this explanation," Olivia cut in, anger now overriding her shock. The restaurant had grown quieter, nearby diners sensing drama. Mark lowered his voice, his expression shifting to one of cold annoyance. "Let's not make a scene, Olivia." "A scene? You're holding hands with another woman and I'm making a scene." Her voice rose despite her best efforts. Mark sighed, then to her astonishment, he placed his hand back over Victoria's. "This isn't how I wanted you to find out." "Find out what?" Olivia's stomach knotted. "Victoria and I have been seeing each other for about 4 months now," he said, his tone maddeningly calm. "We met at the Chicago conference. I've been meaning to tell you, but the timing never seemed right." The betrayal hit Olivia like a physical blow. 4 months. Nearly a third of the past year of their relationship had been a lie. "You've been cheating on me for 4 months and never found the right time to mention it?" Disbelief colored every word. Victoria shifted uncomfortably. "Mark told me things with you were basically over, just not officially." Olivia stared at Mark, waiting for him to deny this, to show some hint of remorse or shame. Instead, He met her gaze with cool detachment. Come on, Liv. We've been drifting apart for ages. You've been so wrapped up in your career moves, and I've been traveling more. These things happen. These things happen? Olivia repeated, incredulous. We talked about moving in together last month. Mark shrugged. I didn't want to hurt you. But the truth is, Victoria and I connected in a way that you and I never did. She understands the industry, my ambitions. She's my true match. Victoria had the decency to look slightly embarrassed, but she didn't remove her hand from Mark's. Something broke inside Olivia. Not just her heart, but something fundamental about how she viewed the world, trust, and her own judgment. She'd believed they were solid, building toward a future together. How had she missed this? True match, she echoed hollowly. Well, I hope you'll be very happy together. She turned to leave, dignity intact but crumbling fast, when Mark called after her. Olivia, don't be dramatic. We can still be friends. The industry's small, and... She didn't hear the rest, the restaurant's ambient noise drowning out his voice as she pushed through the dining room, past curious onlookers, into the mercifully empty hallway. Only there did she allow herself to lean against the cool wall, eyes closed, fighting back tears. She would not cry. Not here. Not where Mark or his true match might see. Her interview success now felt hollow, tainted by this discovery. Olivia straightened, drawing a deep breath. She needed a drink. A strong one. The hotel bar beckoned from across the lobby, promising temporary oblivion and a quiet corner where she could process what had just happened. She had no idea that her impulsive decision to seek solace in that bar was about to change the course of her life forever. Chapter 2. The Bellevue's bar, aptly named the Hideaway, was mercifully dim and half-empty at this hour. Olivia chose a high-backed bar stool in the corner, ordered a double whiskey neat, and tried to steady her trembling hands. The bartender, a woman with kind eyes, slid the amber liquid toward her without comment. Olivia took a long sip, welcoming the burn. 3 years. 3 years of sharing holidays, meeting each other's families, planning vacations. And Mark had thrown it all away for a woman he'd known for 4 months. A woman who understood his ambitions. She was halfway through her drink when movement at the bar entrance caught her eye. Mark and Victoria strolled in, his arm now casually draped around her waist. Olivia ducked her head, praying they wouldn't notice her, but it was too late. Mark had spotted her and was steering Victoria to a table with a clear view of Olivia's corner. He was watching her, she realized. Watching her fall apart. Was this some kind of sick power play? Showing off his new girlfriend while observing his ex's heartbreak? Humiliation burned hotter than the whiskey. Olivia refused to give him the satisfaction. She would not be the pathetic, discarded girlfriend drinking alone while he flaunted his new relationship. She scanned the bar, desperation mounting. Several business types huddled around tables, deep in conversation. A couple canoodled in a booth. And then, at the far end of the bar, sitting alone with a tumbler of something dark, him. Even in her distressed state, Olivia couldn't help but notice how striking he was. Tall, broad-shouldered, with dark hair cut short on the sides but longer on top. His tailored charcoal suit emphasized his athletic build, and when he glanced up, she caught the flash of intense gray eyes. Their gazes locked for a brief, electric moment before he returned his attention to his drink. He was gorgeous, far more handsome than Mark, and clearly alone. A reckless idea formed in Olivia's whiskey-emboldened mind. Without allowing herself to reconsider, she slid off her stool and walked toward him, conscious of Mark's eyes following her movement. The stranger looked up again as she approached, one eyebrow raised slightly in question. "I'm so sorry about this," Olivia said under her breath as she reached him. "But I need a huge favor." Before he could respond, she leaned in and pressed her lips to his. For a suspended moment, the stranger remained completely still, his lips firm but unresponsive against hers. Olivia's heart plummeted. What had she been thinking? This was mortifying, impulsive, completely. And then, something shifted. The stranger's initial shock gave way as his lips softened against hers. One hand rose to cup her cheek, while the other settled at her waist, steadying her. What had begun as a desperate ploy morphed into something entirely unexpected as he took control of the kiss, deepening it with a confidence that made her knees weaken. Olivia hadn't expected this response, or her body's reaction to it. Electricity surged between them, a visceral chemistry she'd never experienced before, not even in the early days with Mark. The stranger kissed like a man who knew exactly what he wanted and how to get it. His thumb stroked her cheekbone as his mouth moved skillfully against hers, and Olivia found herself genuinely responding, her initial act forgotten as genuine desire sparked to life. When they finally broke apart, she was breathless. The stranger's gray eyes had darkened, his pupils dilated. He looked as stunned as she felt. "That was..." he began, his voice deep and slightly husky. "Thank you," Olivia whispered, suddenly aware they had an audience. Several bar patrons were watching with undisguised interest, and when she dared a glance toward Mark's table, she saw exactly what she'd hoped for: shock and unmistakable jealousy on his face. The stranger followed her gaze, instantly comprehending the situation. His expression hardened slightly. "Ah," he said, tone cooler now. "I see." "I'm sorry," Olivia said quickly. "My ex is over there with his new girlfriend, and I just needed someone to make him jealous," the stranger finished for her. "I get it." He didn't look like he got it. In fact, he looked increasingly annoyed. "I shouldn't have done that," Olivia admitted. "It was impulsive and inappropriate." "Impulsive is one word for it," he agreed, taking a sip of his drink. "Most people introduce themselves before sticking their tongue down a stranger's throat." Olivia flushed. There wasn't any tongue. She stopped, realizing he was baiting her. "I'm Olivia." "Ethan," he replied, not offering his hand or his last name. "So that's your ex? The one who looks like he's plotting my murder?" Olivia risked another glance. Mark had indeed risen halfway from his seat, his expression thunderous. Victoria was tugging at his sleeve, clearly trying to calm him. "Yes. We were together for 3 years until about 20 minutes ago, when I caught him with that woman. Apparently, she's his true match." Olivia couldn't keep the bitterness from her voice. Something in Ethan's expression softened slightly. "That's rough. Though it doesn't explain why I became collateral damage in your revenge plan." "You were the best-looking guy in the bar," Olivia admitted, then immediately wished she could retract the words. "I mean..." "I know what you mean," Ethan said, and now there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. "You needed to show him you could move on just as quickly. With someone more attractive." "I wasn't thinking clearly," Olivia said. "I just acted on instinct." "Your instincts led you to assault a stranger?" "It wasn't assault. You kissed me back." Olivia protested, then lowered her voice as heads turned their way again. Rather enthusiastically, I might add. That earned her a reluctant half-smile. "I'm a gentleman. It would have been rude not to reciprocate." "Very gentlemanly," Olivia said dryly, feeling more like herself than she had since walking into the Azure. Bantering with this handsome stranger was infinitely preferable to wallowing in heartbreak. "Your ex is coming over," Ethan said quietly, his eyes fixed over her shoulder. "Want me to play along?" Olivia's heart raced. "Would you?" Ethan didn't answer. Instead, he slid an arm around her waist and pulled her between his legs as he remained seated on the barstool. The position was intimate, possessive, and sent a fresh jolt of electricity through her body. "Just follow my lead," he murmured, his breath warm against her ear. Mark's voice came from behind her, tight with barely controlled anger. "Olivia, can I talk to you for a minute?" Olivia turned within the circle of Ethan's arm, feigning surprise. "Mark, I didn't see you there." "Obviously," Mark said coldly, his eyes flicking to Ethan with unconcealed hostility. "Who's your friend?" Ethan extended his free hand, the picture of relaxed confidence. "Ethan Reynolds. And you are?" "Her boyfriend," Mark snapped, ignoring the offered handshake. "Ex-boyfriend," Olivia corrected, leaning back against Ethan's chest. "As of about half an hour ago. Remember?" Victoria appeared at Mark's side, looking uncomfortable. "Mark, let's just go." "Not until I understand what the hell is happening here," Mark insisted. We have one argument and you're immediately throwing yourself at the first guy you see? Ethan's arm tightened around Olivia's waist. I think you should listen to your date and leave, he said, his tone pleasant but with an unmistakable edge. The tension crackled between the two men. For a moment, Olivia thought Mark might actually throw a punch. Instead, he shook his head in disgust. You know what? You're right. You two deserve each other. He turned and stalked away, Victoria hurrying after him. As they disappeared through the bar entrance, Olivia's bravado crumbled. She stepped out of Ethan's embrace, suddenly exhausted. Thank you, she said quietly. I owe you one. Ethan was watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read. Are you okay? Not really, she admitted. But I will be. What neither of them realized was that their impulsive encounter had just set in motion a chain of events that would irrevocably change both their lives. Chapter 3. As the adrenaline of the confrontation faded, an awkward silence descended between Olivia and Ethan. She became acutely aware of their proximity, the lingering warmth where his arm had circled her waist, and the fact that she'd just kissed a complete stranger to spite her ex-boyfriend. I should go, Olivia said, reaching for her purse. Thanks again for your help. Ethan's hand closed around her wrist, not forcefully, but enough to make her pause. Not so fast, he said, his expression hardening. You used me as a prop in your relationship drama without my consent. I think I deserve a proper explanation. Olivia flushed, embarrassment replacing her earlier bravado. You're right. I'm sorry. She slid onto the bar stool next to him, signaling the bartender. Can I at least buy you a drink to apologize? I've got a tab open, he replied, tapping his half-empty tumbler. And an explanation would be worth more than a drink. Olivia sighed, gathering her thoughts. I had a job interview at this hotel today. It went really well, actually. My boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, was here for a conference, so I thought I'd surprise him with my good news. She gave a hollow laugh. Instead, I discovered him having a cozy lunch with a woman he's apparently been seeing for 4 months. Ethan's expression remained neutral, but something in his eyes softened slightly. That's a hell of a day. You could say that, Olivia agreed. When I saw him walk into the bar with her, something just snapped. I didn't want him to see me sitting alone, looking pathetic and heartbroken. So you decided to make him jealous by kissing a random stranger, Ethan concluded, taking a sip of his drink. You were the most attractive man in the room, Olivia admitted, then winced. That sounds terrible, doesn't it? Like I objectified you or something. That's exactly what you did, Ethan said, though there was a hint of amusement beneath his stern expression. Though I suppose there are worse things than being considered the most attractive man in a room. I really am sorry, Olivia said earnestly. It was impulsive and inappropriate, and if our positions were reversed, I'd be furious. Who says I'm not furious? Ethan countered, though the quirk at the corner of his mouth suggested otherwise. Your kissing technique doesn't suggest fury, Olivia said before she could stop herself. Ethan's eyebrows shot up, and he looked genuinely taken aback for the first time. Then he laughed, a rich sound that attracted glances from nearby patrons. Well, even when I'm being used as a pawn in someone else's relationship chess game, I maintain certain standards, he said dryly. The tension between them eased slightly. Olivia found herself studying him more carefully, the precise cut of his suit, definitely bespoke, the understated but clearly expensive watch on his wrist, the confident way he occupied space. This was a man accustomed to power and respect. Can I ask what you do? She ventured. Hospitality industry, he replied vaguely, rotating his glass on the bar top. What was your interview for? Event coordinator position, Olivia said, a flicker of her earlier excitement returning. I think it went well, actually. Despite everything else. Ethan nodded, thoughtful. The Bellevue has a reputation for excellence. They don't hire just anyone. I've been working at the Laurel downtown for 3 years, she explained. It's a boutique hotel, nothing like this place, but I've organized everything from corporate retreats to celebrity weddings there. The Laurel, Ethan repeated, his expression unreadable. Solid venue. Intimate setting. Their conversation was interrupted by raised voices from a nearby table. A visibly intoxicated man was arguing with a server, his voice growing increasingly belligerent. "I said I wanted the imported scotch, not this local swill." The man stood, swaying slightly, poking a finger into the server's chest. Olivia tensed, recognizing the signs of a situation about to escalate. Beside her, Ethan straightened, his attention zeroing in on the confrontation. Before either could react, the hotel's manager appeared, alerted by the commotion. He was a distinguished older man with silver hair and an air of unflappable calm. "Sir, is there a problem?" he asked the drunk patron. The situation quickly diffused under the manager's expert handling, but as he turned to leave, his gaze swept across the bar and landed on Ethan. His eyes widened in recognition. "Mr. Reynolds," he exclaimed, changing course and approaching them. "I had no idea you were here today. Is everything to your satisfaction?" Olivia glanced between them, confusion mounting as Ethan stood to shake the manager's hand. "Everything's fine, Gerald," Ethan said smoothly. "Just having a quiet drink." "Of course, sir. Please let me know if you need anything at all." The manager's eyes flicked curiously to Olivia before he withdrew with a respectful nod. Olivia stared at Ethan as he resumed his seat. "Mr. Reynolds?" she repeated slowly. "As in?" "Ethan Reynolds," he confirmed, watching her expression carefully. The realization hit her like a physical blow. "Reynolds. As in Reynolds Hotels. As in the family that owns this entire chain." Her voice rose with each statement. Ethan winced slightly at her volume. "I was wondering when you'd make that connection." Olivia felt the blood drain from her face. "I just forced a kiss on Ethan Reynolds. The Ethan Reynolds. The son of the owner of the hotel where I just interviewed." She buried her face in her hands with a groan. "I've ruined my career before it even started." "You're being dramatic," Ethan said, though he didn't deny her assessment. "Your interview was with HR, not my father." "It doesn't matter," Olivia moaned. "Once they find out I sexually harassed the owner's son in the hotel bar." "I wouldn't call it harassment," Ethan interrupted, amusement evident in his tone. "Unexpected, yes. Forward, definitely. But as you pointed out, I did kiss you back." Olivia peeked at him between her fingers. "Why would you do that? You could have pushed me away, called security." "You caught me off guard," he admitted. "And—" He paused, seeming to choose his next words carefully. "There was something compelling about your approach. Not many women would have the nerve to do what you did." "You mean not many women would be stupid enough," Olivia corrected, dropping her hands. "I mean not many would be brave enough," Ethan countered. "It was impulsive, but it took guts." Their eyes met, and for a moment, something electric passed between them again, an echo of that unexpected kiss. Olivia was the first to look away. "Well, brave or stupid, I think I've made enough of a spectacle for one day," she said, gathering her purse. "I should really go." "Running away?" Ethan asked, his tone challenging. "Retreating strategically," Olivia corrected. "Before I do something else I'll regret." "Like what?" His eyes held hers, and there was something in them, a dare perhaps or genuine curiosity. Olivia hesitated. Despite everything, the disastrous day, the public humiliation, the realization that she'd kissed the hotel owner's son, she felt drawn to this man. There was an undeniable chemistry between them that had nothing to do with her ploy to make Mark jealous. But she was in no state to act on that attraction. Her life had just imploded, and the last thing she needed was another complication. "Like ordering another drink when I should be going home to reconsider all my life choices," she said finally, standing. "Thank you for being a good sport about everything." She extended her hand, determined to end their encounter with at least a modicum of professionalism. Ethan regarded her hand for a moment before taking it. Instead of shaking it, however, he turned it over and pressed a light kiss to her inner wrist, his eyes never leaving hers. "Next time you want to kiss me, Olivia," he said, his voice low, "I'd prefer you ask first." The implication that there would be a next time sent a shiver down her spine. "I'll keep that in mind," she managed to reply, her voice steadier than she felt. As she walked away, she could feel his eyes following her. Despite everything, a small, irrepressible part of her wondered if they would ever cross paths again. Little did she know, fate had already set that meeting in motion, and it would happen far sooner than she could possibly imagine. Chapter 4. A week after the hotel incident, Olivia still hadn't heard back about the Bellevue position. Each day of silence further convinced her that her impulsive behavior had cost her the job. She'd spent the week alternating between heartbreak over Mark's betrayal and mortification over her encounter with Ethan Reynolds. Her phone chimed with a text message from her grandmother, Eleanor, *Tea at my house today at 3. No excuses this time. I've made your favorite scones. Olivia sighed. She'd been avoiding her grandmother, knowing the sharp-eyed woman would immediately sense something was wrong. Eleanor Parker, at 78, remained formidable, a retired judge with an uncanny ability to extract the truth from reluctant witnesses, particularly her only granddaughter. But there was no refusing Eleanor, especially when scones were involved. The Parker family estate sat on 3 manicured acres in the old money part of town. Eleanor had lived there alone since Olivia's grandfather passed 5 years ago, refusing all suggestions to downsize. Charles built this house for our family, she would say. And family it shall remain for. Olivia parked her modest sedan beside her grandmother's vintage Jaguar and took a moment to compose herself. She didn't want to burden Eleanor with her troubles, especially the Mark situation. Her grandmother had never fully approved of him, calling him ambitious but hollow. Eleanor answered the door herself, elegant as always in a cashmere sweater and pearls, her silver hair swept into a perfect chignon. "There you are, darling," she said, kissing Olivia's cheek. "You look terrible." Olivia laughed despite herself. "Hello to you too, Gran." "Don't be sensitive, dear. I only mean you look tired." Eleanor guided her through the foyer into the sunroom, where a tea service awaited. "And perhaps a bit thinner than last time. Troubles with that boyfriend of yours?" Olivia briefly considered deflection, but knew it was futile. "Mark and I broke up," she said, settling into a wicker chair. "Actually, I caught him cheating." Eleanor's expression remained neutral as she poured tea into delicate china cups. "I see. How disappointing, though not entirely surprising." "Not surprising?" Olivia accepted the cup her grandmother offered. "We were together for 3 years, Gran." "Length doesn't equal depth, my dear." Eleanor passed the plate of scones. "That young man always struck me as someone for whom convenience outweighed commitment." "You never said anything," Olivia pointed out, selecting a scone. "Would you have listened?" Eleanor countered with a knowing smile. "Besides, these are lessons better learned firsthand, painful though they may be." They sipped their tea in companionable silence for a moment. Olivia felt some of her tension ease in the familiar surroundings. This room, with its abundance of plants and sunshine, had been her refuge during many childhood troubles. "There's something else bothering you," Eleanor observed. "The job interview?" "How did you know I had an interview?" "You mentioned it during our call last week. The Bellevue Hotel, wasn't it? A step up from your current position." Olivia nodded. "The interview went well, but there was an incident afterward." She hesitated, embarrassment flooding back. "I acted impulsively and may have ruined my chances." "Impulsively how?" Eleanor's eyes sparkled with interest. "It's complicated and rather humiliating," Olivia hedged. "The best stories often are," her grandmother replied placidly. "Out with it, then." Olivia relented, recounting the events at the hotel, discovering Mark's betrayal, the confrontation in the restaurant, and yes, the impulsive kiss with a stranger who turned out to be Ethan Reynolds, son of the hotel's owner. To her surprise, Eleanor laughed when she finished the tale. "Oh, my dear, that's marvelous. I wish I could have seen Mark's face." "Gran, it's not funny. I might have cost myself a job I really wanted." "Perhaps," Eleanor conceded. "Or perhaps young Mr. Reynolds was impressed by your spirit. Men in positions of power often are, you know. They're surrounded by sycophants and yes-men. Someone who acts authentically, even impulsively, can be quite refreshing." Olivia wasn't convinced. "Well, I haven't heard anything, so I'm assuming the worst. Eleanor regarded her thoughtfully. You know, this reminds me of how I met your grandfather. You've told me that story 100 times, Gran. You were opposing counsels in a land dispute case. Yes, but I never told you about our first actual encounter, Eleanor said, eyes twinkling. It was at the courthouse library. I was so determined to find a particular precedent that I climbed the rolling ladder without looking to see if anyone was already using it from the other side. Charles and I collided at the top. My papers went everywhere, and I was so flustered that I called him a territorial baboon with no spatial awareness. Olivia stared at her grandmother in disbelief. You never told me that part. Some stories are best saved for when they'll be most appreciated, Eleanor said with a wink. The point is, sometimes the most inauspicious beginnings lead to the most significant relationships. They finished their scones and moved on to discussing family matters until Eleanor set down her teacup with a decisive clink. Now, darling, there's something I need to discuss with you. Something important. The shift in her grandmother's tone put Olivia on alert. What is it? Are you all right? I'm perfectly fine, Eleanor assured her. But I am getting older, and there are matters I need to put in order. Gran. Let me finish, dear. When your grandfather died, he left a letter with certain wishes. One of them concerned you. Olivia frowned. Me? But I thought everything was settled in the will. This wasn't about money or property, Eleanor explained. It was about a promise Charles made to his oldest friend, Richard. A promise I've honored by waiting until the right time. A sense of foreboding crept over Olivia. What kind of promise? Eleanor straightened, her judicial demeanor returning. Your grandfather and Richard made an agreement years ago that their families would be joined through marriage. Olivia nearly choked on her tea. I'm sorry, what? An arranged marriage, darling, Eleanor clarified, as if discussing the weather. Between you and Richard's son. An arranged, Gran. This is the 21st century. People don't have arranged marriages anymore. Many cultures still practice them quite successfully, Eleanor countered calmly. And this isn't exactly arranged in the traditional sense. It's more of a strong recommendation. This is insane, Olivia protested, setting her cup down with a clatter. You can't possibly expect me to marry a complete stranger because of some pact Grandpa made decades ago. He's hardly a stranger. You've met him, though you were both quite young. And I'm not expecting you to marry him immediately. Just to meet him, get to know him. I don't even know his name. His name isn't important right now, Eleanor said dismissively. What matters is that he's agreed to the meeting. Olivia stared at her grandmother. He knows about this? And he's okay with it? He respects family traditions, Eleanor replied. And he's in a position where a suitable marriage would be advantageous. A suitable marriage? What does that even mean? And why bring this up now? Is it because Mark and I broke up? Realization dawned. Wait, how long have you been waiting to spring this on me? Eleanor had the grace to look slightly abashed. I've been waiting for the right moment. With your relationship ending and my advancing age, now seemed appropriate. You're advancing. Gran, are you using your mortality to guilt me into an arranged marriage? I would never be so manipulative, Eleanor said, though her eyes suggested otherwise. I'm simply being practical. I promised Charles I would see this through, and I intend to keep that promise. Olivia stood, pacing the sunroom. This is unbelievable. What if I refuse? That is, of course, you're right, Eleanor acknowledged. I'm only asking that you meet him. One dinner. If there's no connection, no compatibility, then that's that. And if I agree to this meeting? Then I will be eternally grateful, Eleanor said, her expression softening. And perhaps pleasantly surprised. Olivia studied her grandmother. Despite her outward composure, there was something vulnerable in Eleanor's eyes, a need to fulfill her late husband's wishes, to connect the present to the past. One dinner, Olivia finally conceded. That's all I'm agreeing to. And if he's horrible or boring, or has terrible table manners, I'm leaving. That's perfectly fair, Eleanor agreed, looking pleased. I've already made the arrangements. Friday evening, 8 p.m., at La Maison. La Maison? That's the most expensive restaurant in the city. Only the best for my granddaughter, Eleanor said, rising to refresh their tea. Wear the blue dress, it brings out your eyes. As her grandmother bustled about with the teapot, Olivia sank back into her chair, wondering what she'd just agreed to and who this mystery man might be. She only knew one thing for certain. She was walking into this dinner with absolutely no expectations of success. After all, what were the chances that her grandfather's friend's son would be someone she could actually see herself with? The whole idea was ludicrous, outdated, and doomed to awkward failure. Little did she know, fate had a twist in store that neither she nor her grandmother could have possibly anticipated. Chapter 5. Friday evening arrived with alarming speed. Olivia had spent the week oscillating between denial and resignation about her upcoming arranged dinner date. She'd finally received a callback from the Bellevue Hotel, a polite rejection that cited other candidates with more suitable experience. The timing of the rejection, coming right after her disastrous encounter with Ethan Reynolds, seemed too coincidental to ignore. One professional dream shattered, and now her grandmother was pushing her toward an archaic marriage arrangement. Could her life get any more derailed? Olivia stood before her closet, reluctantly pulling out the blue dress Eleanor had suggested. It was a midnight blue sheath that hugged her curves without being overtly sexy, professional enough for a business dinner but elegant enough for a date. Which was this, exactly? She had no idea. Her phone buzzed with a text from her grandmother, *, don't even think about cancelling. The reservation is under Parker. *. Olivia rolled her eyes. Eleanor knew her too well. La Maison was housed in a restored 19th-century mansion in the historic district. Crystal chandeliers, original hardwood floors, and hushed conversations created an atmosphere of old-world luxury. The maitre d' led Olivia to a table in a secluded corner, informing her that her dining companion had not yet arrived. "Would Madame care for a glass of wine while waiting?" he inquired. "Absolutely," Olivia replied. If she was going through with this charade, she deserved alcohol. 20 minutes and half a glass of Cabernet later, there was still no sign of her mystery date. Olivia checked her watch again, irritation building. Being stood up on a regular date was bad enough, but being stood up on an arranged marriage meeting? That was a special kind of humiliation. She was contemplating whether to leave when a familiar voice spoke from behind her. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." An emergency conference call ran long. Olivia froze, then slowly turned to find Ethan Reynolds standing beside her table, looking even more striking than she remembered in a perfectly tailored navy suit. "You?" she gasped, nearly knocking over her wine glass. Ethan's expression shifted from polite contrition to shocked recognition. "Olivia." They stared at each other, mutual disbelief evident in their expressions. "There must be some mistake," Olivia managed, finding her voice. "I'm here to meet your arranged dinner partner," Ethan finished, sinking into the chair opposite her. "And I'm here to meet the granddaughter of Eleanor Parker," Olivia supplied. Understanding dawned in Ethan's eyes, followed by a flicker of amusement. "This is unexpected." "Unexpected," Olivia repeated, her mind racing. "It's impossible. My grandmother arranged for me to meet the son of my grandfather's oldest friend. That can't be you." "Richard Reynolds was my father," Ethan said slowly. "He and Judge Charles Parker were friends for over 50 years. Olivia's world tilted on its axis. "But that would mean that we were supposed to meet like this all along," Ethan concluded. "Just not quite the way we did." Before Olivia could respond, movement near the restaurant entrance caught her attention. Eleanor Parker and an distinguished older man with Ethan's jawline and bearing were being escorted to a table with a perfect view of their corner. "You have got to be kidding me," Olivia muttered. "They're spying on us." Ethan turned discreetly, spotted the older pair, and let out a short laugh. "Ambushed by the previous generation," he said, turning back to her. "My father mentioned dinner with an old friend tonight. I should have known he was up to something." Their eyes met across the table, and for a moment, Olivia saw her own conflicted emotions mirrored in Ethan's grey eyes. Irritation at being manipulated, embarrassment over their previous encounter, and something else. A reluctant spark of interest. Ethan was the first to recover. "They're watching us," he said in a low voice. "What do you want to do?" Olivia considered her options. She could leave, making a scene and disappointing her grandmother. Or she could stay and see where this bizarre coincidence led. "I say we give them a show," she decided, lifting her wine glass. "I'm Olivia Parker, granddaughter of Judge Eleanor Parker, recently single, and apparently part of a geriatric matchmaking scheme. Pleased to officially meet you." Something like approval flashed in Ethan's eyes as he raised his water glass in response. "Ethan Reynolds, son of Richard Reynolds, heir to Reynolds Hotels, and your unwitting kiss victim from last week. The pleasure is mine." Their glasses clinked, and despite herself, Olivia felt a smile tugging at her lips. "I have to ask," Ethan said, leaning forward slightly. "Did you know about this arrangement before our encounter at the Bellevue?" "Absolutely not," Olivia assured him. "My grandmother sprang it on me a few days ago. I only agreed to one dinner to placate her." "Same," Ethan admitted. "My father can be persuasive when he wants something. Though I doubt he anticipated that we'd already met." Olivia groaned, covering her face with her hands. "That's right. You know me as the crazy woman who assaulted you in a hotel bar." "I prefer to think of it as the woman who made an unforgettable first impression," Ethan corrected, and there was that hint of humor again, warming his otherwise reserved demeanor. "Did you have something to do with me not getting the job at the Bellevue?" Olivia asked suddenly. Ethan looked genuinely confused. "What? No. Why would I?" "I received a rejection this week. I assumed after our incident, you might have said something." "I would never do that," Ethan said firmly. "Hiring decisions aren't even in my purview. I handle acquisitions and development, not staffing." Olivia studied him, searching for signs of deception, but found none. "I believe you," she decided. "Which means I simply wasn't good enough for the position." "Or someone with more experience or connections got it," Ethan suggested. "It happens, especially in luxury hotels. Networking often trumps qualifications." The waiter appeared to take their orders, and they fell into a surprisingly comfortable conversation about the hospitality industry. Ethan was knowledgeable but not condescending, asking thoughtful questions about Olivia's experience at the Laurel and offering insights into the luxury market. "You're not what I expected," Olivia admitted as they finished their entrees. "What did you expect?" Ethan asked, curious. "I don't know. Someone more entitled? Arrogant? You're the heir to a hotel empire. I thought you'd be more insufferable." Ethan supplied dryly. "Something like that," Olivia acknowledged with a smile. "Instead, you're devastatingly handsome, charming, forgiving of women who ambush me with kisses." Ethan's eyes held a teasing light that transformed his features. Olivia laughed despite herself. "I was going to say normal, but your version works too." Their desserts arrived, and Olivia became aware that the atmosphere between them had shifted. The initial awkwardness had given way to something surprisingly pleasant. She caught herself noticing details she'd missed during their first encounter. How his serious expression softened when he smiled, the intelligence in his grey eyes, the way he listened attentively when she spoke. "They look pleased with themselves," Ethan murmured, nodding subtly toward their relatives' table, where Eleanor and Richard were deep in conversation, occasionally glancing their way. "Should we disappoint them?" Olivia asked. "I could throw my drink in your face. Give them something to really talk about." "Tempting," Ethan replied with a half-smile. "But I like this suit, and you've already ruined one of my evenings this month." "Ruined?" "You didn't seem to mind at the time," Olivia retorted, the memory of their kiss suddenly vivid between them. Ethan's eyes darkened slightly. "I didn't say I minded. Just that it was unexpected." A charged silence fell between them. Olivia became acutely aware of her heartbeat, of the intimate lighting, of Ethan's undivided attention on her. The moment was broken when the waiter approached to refill their water glasses. Is everything to your satisfaction? Yes, thank you, Ethan replied smoothly. As the waiter stepped away, Olivia excused herself to the ladies' room, needing a moment to compose herself. This evening was not going according to plan. She'd expected an awkward meal with a stranger, not this charged reunion with the man she'd impulsively kissed. In the elegant powder room, she stared at her reflection. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes bright. Was she actually enjoying this dinner? With a man chosen by her grandmother, no less? When she returned to the table, she found Ethan standing, speaking with a server who seemed to be apologizing profusely. What's happening? She asked. Minor crisis, Ethan explained as she sat back down. The waiter accidentally spilled water on our check. They're printing a new one. Their relatives were no longer at their observation table. Where did our matchmakers go? Olivia asked. Left about 5 minutes ago, Ethan said. Apparently, they saw enough to satisfy themselves. What do you think they saw? Olivia couldn't help asking. Ethan studied her for a moment. 2 people who didn't immediately flee from their arranged meeting. Probably enough to fuel their matchmaking fantasies for weeks. We should probably set them straight, Olivia said, though without much conviction. Before Ethan could respond, a commotion erupted near the entrance. A server had tripped, sending a tray of ice water cascading over a patron. In the ensuing chaos, Olivia stood to get a better view, and froze. The drenched patron was Mark. He was brushing off assistants, his voice rising above the general murmur of the restaurant. Just get me some towels, for God's sake. Instinctively, Olivia stepped back, not wanting to be seen, and collided with a waiter passing behind her. She stumbled backward, knocking over her chair with a loud clatter that drew every eye in the restaurant, including Mark's. Recognition flashed across his face, followed by a smirk as he took in Olivia's elegant dress, the intimate table, and Ethan rising to help her. Well, well, Mark said, his voice carrying across the now silent restaurant. Look who's here. Ethan stepped protectively closer to Olivia, but Mark was already advancing toward their table, water still dripping from his jacket. Everyone, Mark announced to the room at large, his voice slurred slightly from alcohol, meet the hotel crazy who assaulted a stranger just to make me jealous. His eyes flicked dismissively over Ethan. And apparently, she's still so desperate she's on a blind date with him. The entire restaurant seemed to hold its breath. Olivia felt heat rush to her face, humiliation and anger warring within her. Beside her, Ethan had gone very still, his expression unreadable. But the worst part was knowing that in just a few cruel words, Mark had stripped away all the unexpected pleasure of the evening, reducing her once again to the impulsive woman from the hotel bar, desperate, rejected, and now publicly humiliated. Chapter 6. The silence following Mark's proclamation stretched for what felt like an eternity. Olivia stood frozen, mortification washing over her in waves as curious diners stared. Her carefully rebuilt composure shattered under the weight of public humiliation. Just as she contemplated fleeing, Ethan stepped forward, his posture relaxed but commanding. I believe you're mistaken, he said, his voice carrying effortlessly through the hushed restaurant. This is Olivia Parker, my fiancée. Shock rippled through the room, and through Olivia herself. She stared at Ethan, who gave her a subtle, reassuring nod before turning back to Mark. And you are? Ethan continued, his tone politely disinterested. Mark's triumphant expression faltered. Fiancé? That's impossible. We just broke up last week. Ah, Ethan said, as if suddenly understanding. You must be Mark. Olivia mentioned an ex-boyfriend. He slipped an arm around Olivia's waist, the gesture both protective and possessive. I'm afraid you're making a scene. This is ridiculous, Mark sputtered, looking between them. You expect me to believe you got engaged in a week? Ethan's smile was glacial. I don't particularly care what you believe. But since you asked, we've known each other for years through family connections. When Olivia finally came to her senses about you, we reconnected. He glanced at Olivia with convincing affection. Sometimes you just know. Mark's face reddened. This is a setup. She's trying to make me jealous. Why would she bother? Ethan asked mildly. Now, if you'll excuse us, you're interrupting our celebration dinner. A man in an expensive suit approached Mark from behind. Mark, the clients are waiting. What's going on? Nothing, Mark muttered, his bravado deflating under the combination of his boss's appearance and Ethan's calm authority. Just ran into my ex. Well, come along then. And for God's sake, dry yourself off, the man said, nodding apologetically to Ethan before steering Mark away. As they retreated, the restaurant's ambient noise gradually resumed. Ethan guided Olivia back to her seat with a gentle hand at the small of her back. I'm sorry about that, he said quietly once they were seated. I hope I didn't overstep. Olivia exhaled shakily. Overstep? You just saved me from complete mortification. She studied him with new eyes. But fiancé? It seemed the quickest way to shut him down, Ethan explained, signaling for the check. I figured you wouldn't mind a temporary promotion from blind date to fiancé under the circumstances. It was brilliant, Olivia admitted. Did you see his face? I was more concerned with yours, Ethan replied. You looked like you might bolt. I was considering it, she confessed. Thank you for whatever that was. A performance, Ethan said with a slight smile. Though apparently a convincing one. The waiter brought their check, and Ethan insisted on paying despite Olivia's protests. As they exited the restaurant, he suggested a walk to clear the air after the confrontation. The night was mild, with a gentle breeze carrying the scent of nearby flowering trees. They strolled in companionable silence for a block before Ethan spoke. I have a proposition for you, he said, his tone thoughtful. Olivia glanced at him sideways. That sounds ominous. Not at all. I think it could be mutually beneficial. He guided them to a bench overlooking a small park. Let's sit for a moment. Curious, Olivia complied. Under the soft glow of the street lamps, Ethan's expression was serious but not stern. I've been thinking about our situation, he began. The arrangement our families want, our unconventional first meeting, and now this encounter with your ex. What about it? Olivia asked cautiously. What if we actually did it? Ethan proposed. What if we pretended to be engaged, or at least dating seriously, for a limited time? Olivia stared at him. You're not serious. I am, actually, Ethan countered. Hear me out. I have a business reason for needing a stable, committed relationship right now. The Reynolds Group is courting a major investor from the Middle East. Old money, very traditional values. He's been hesitant to partner with me because, in his words, I lack the stability that comes from family responsibility. So you need a fake fiancé to impress an investor? Olivia clarified, incredulous. I need to appear settled, Ethan corrected. It's not just this investor. The board has been pressuring me as well. At 34, being unmarried makes some of the old guard nervous. They see it as a lack of commitment. That's archaic, Olivia commented. Agreed, Ethan said with a wry smile. But it's the reality of the world I operate in. Meanwhile, you just had a very public humiliation by your ex, who clearly still has the power to upset you. A new relationship would save face and give you time to truly move on. Olivia considered his words. There was a certain logic to it, however bizarre. How long are we talking about? 6 months, Ethan suggested. That gives me time to secure the investment and you time to establish yourself post-breakup. After that, we stage an amicable parting and go our separate ways. 6 months of pretending to be your girlfriend. Fiancé, Ethan corrected. We've already established that narrative publicly. Fiancé, Olivia repeated, testing the word. That's a significant commitment to a lie. Think of it as a business arrangement, Ethan said pragmatically. With benefits for both parties. Our families would be thrilled, which buys us both some peace. You get to move on from your ex with your dignity intact. I secure my investor. Olivia narrowed her eyes. What exactly would this arrangement entail? What would be expected of me? Attendance at key social and business functions, Ethan listed. Some public appearances together. Enough joint activities to maintain the illusion for anyone watching. Nothing inappropriate or beyond your comfort level. And in return? Olivia pressed. Beyond the social benefits I mentioned? Financial compensation, if you wish. Or professional connections. I have extensive contacts in the hospitality industry that could be valuable to your career. Olivia stood, needing to move as she processed this outlandish proposal. This is insane. We barely know each other. Sometimes that's an advantage in business arrangements, Ethan pointed out, remaining seated. No messy emotions or expectations. Clean, professional, time-limited. There's nothing professional about pretending to be engaged. Actors do it all the time, Ethan countered. Consider it a role with excellent benefits. Olivia paced before the bench. People would ask questions. We'd need a backstory. What happens when they discover there's no actual wedding being planned? We say we're taking our time, focusing on career milestones first, Ethan replied smoothly. You'd be surprised how little most people actually care about the details of others' relationships. He made it sound so reasonable, so simple. But Olivia's practical nature identified countless complications. What about living arrangements? People would expect an engaged couple to live together, or at least be planning to. We could look at apartments together, for show, Ethan suggested, but maintain separate residences until the engagement ends. And physical expectations? Olivia asked, feeling heat rise to her cheeks. I'm not agreeing to. Nothing beyond what's necessary for appearance's sake, Ethan assured her quickly. Hand-holding, the occasional chaste kiss in public. Whatever you're comfortable with. Olivia resumed her seat beside him, mind racing. This is the strangest proposition I've ever received. Stranger than an arranged marriage? Ethan asked with a raised eyebrow. Point taken, she conceded. But still bizarre. Think of it this way, Ethan said. Our grandparents wanted this match. Our first meeting was unconventional but undeniably memorable. His voice softened slightly. And despite everything, I think we get along rather well, don't you? Olivia had to admit he was right. Their dinner conversation had flowed naturally once they moved past the initial awkwardness. There was something about Ethan, his intelligence, his dry humor, his unexpected understanding, that she found herself drawn to, despite her better judgment. We need ground rules, she found herself saying, surprising them both. If, and that's a big if, I were to consider this arrangement. Ethan nodded, suddenly serious. Absolutely. I'm open to whatever parameters would make you comfortable. First, complete honesty between us, Olivia began, organizing her thoughts. No hidden agendas or secrets related to this arrangement. Agreed, Ethan said without hesitation. Second, a clear end date with no expectations of continuation. Olivia was firm on this point. 6 months, and then a clean break. That works for me, Ethan confirmed. Third, nothing physical beyond what's absolutely necessary to maintain appearances. This point felt particularly important. No. Taking advantage of the situation. I would never, Ethan said, looking mildly offended. That goes without saying. It doesn't, actually, Olivia countered. That's why I'm saying it. Fourth, I maintain my career independence. No special treatment or interference. Of course, Ethan agreed readily. Though I would still offer connections if you wish them. Fifth, Olivia continued, a clear understanding that any real feelings are off the table. This is strictly business. Something flickered in Ethan's eyes, amusement or challenge, she couldn't tell. I can't promise how either of us might feel over time, but I can promise to respect the boundaries of our agreement regardless. Olivia considered this. Fair enough. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of the potential arrangement between them. You still haven't said yes, Ethan pointed out softly. Olivia took a deep breath. Was she really considering this madness? Pretending to be engaged to a man she barely knew, to satisfy his investors and her wounded pride? Yet something about it appealed to her practical nature. A defined period of protection from further humiliation by Mark. A chance to catch her breath emotionally without the pressure of actual dating. And if she were being completely honest with herself, there was something intriguing about Ethan Reynolds that made the prospect of spending time with him not entirely unpleasant. "If I agree," she said slowly, "we put everything in writing. Clear terms, clear timeline." Ethan smiled, the expression transforming his usually serious features. "Does that mean you're in?" "It means I'm considering it," Olivia hedged. "I need to think about it overnight. This isn't a decision to make impulsively." "You? Impulsive?" "Never," Ethan teased, referencing their first meeting. Despite herself, Olivia laughed. "That's exactly why I need to think about this carefully. I've filled my impulsivity quota for the month." Ethan stood, offering his hand to help her up from the bench. "Fair enough. Sleep on it. I'll call you tomorrow for your answer." As they walked back toward the restaurant parking lot, Olivia found herself wondering if she'd already made her decision. This arrangement was bizarre, potentially problematic, and definitely dishonest on some level. Yet as Ethan opened her car door for her, his gray eyes catching the streetlight, she couldn't help feeling that saying yes might be the most interesting decision she'd made in years. "Good night, Olivia," he said, his voice low. "For what it's worth, I think we'd make a convincing couple." "Good night, Ethan," she replied, sliding into her seat. "For what it's worth, I think you're either brilliant or completely mad." His laugh followed her as she drove away, along with the unsettling feeling that her life was about to change dramatically, all because of a single impulsive kiss. Chapter 7. You agreed to what? Zoe Chambers stared at her cousin across the cafe table, coffee forgotten. Olivia winced. Saying it aloud to someone else made the arrangement sound even more absurd than it had in her head. "It's just for 6 months. A business arrangement, really." "A fake engagement is not a business arrangement," Zoe countered, lowering her voice as nearby patrons glanced their way. "It's insanity. Or the plot of a rom-com. Either way, not something real people actually do." 3 days had passed since Olivia had called Ethan to accept his proposition. They'd met the following day at his attorney's office to draft a simple but comprehensive agreement outlining their arrangement. Everything from public appearances to acceptable displays of affection to the non-disclosure clause that would protect both parties after their breakup. "It makes a certain kind of sense," Olivia defended, stirring her latte. "Ethan needs to present a stable image to investors. I get to save face after the Mark disaster. And the fact that he's incredibly hot has nothing to do with your decision?" Zoe's knowing smirk made Olivia flush. "That's irrelevant," Olivia insisted, though she couldn't deny Ethan's attractiveness had factored into her ability to contemplate the charade. "This is strictly practical." "Ma'am." Zoe was unconvinced. "And your grandmother? The one who's been trying to marry you off since you were 22? How does she factor into this strictly practical arrangement?" Olivia grimaced. Eleanor had been ecstatic when told of the engagement, though they'd modified the timeline for her benefit, claiming they'd been secretly dating for months before reconnecting at the arranged dinner. She's thrilled, of course. Thinks her matchmaking was divinely inspired. "So you're lying to your grandmother now," Zoe noted disapprovingly. "It's a white lie," Olivia argued, though guilt nagged at her. "She's happy, Ethan's father is happy, and in 6 months when we realize we're better as friends, no one gets hurt." Zoe leaned forward, her expression serious. "Except maybe you. Or him. Feelings don't always follow contracts, Liv." "That won't be an issue," Olivia said firmly. "We're both clear on the parameters. No real feelings, just a mutually beneficial arrangement." "Said every protagonist before the third act revelation," Zoe muttered. "When do I get to meet this fake fiancé of yours?" "Tonight, actually," Olivia replied. "Eleanor is hosting an engagement party." "An engagement party? Already?" Zoe looked alarmed. "Isn't that moving rather fast for a fake relationship?" "It was her idea," Olivia explained. "And Ethan thought it made sense to make a public announcement quickly, before rumors started. Establish our narrative, control the messaging." "He sounds like a PR rep, not a fiancé," Zoe observed. That's the point, Olivia reminded her. This isn't real. Yet as she said the words, Olivia felt a strange dissonance. The past 3 days had been a whirlwind of practical arrangements and discussions with Ethan. Crafting their relationship history, coordinating schedules, establishing boundaries. Through it all, she'd found herself increasingly drawn to his methodical mind and unexpected flashes of humor. There was something compelling about Ethan Reynolds that couldn't be captured in a contract. "You'll be there tonight, right?" Olivia asked, changing the subject. "I need moral support." "Wouldn't miss it," Zoe assured her. "Someone needs to keep an eye on this situation." Eleanor Parker's home had been transformed for the evening. The normally stately residence now glowed with soft lighting, floral arrangements graced every surface, and caterers glided efficiently through the rooms with trays of champagne and hors d'oeuvres. "Your grandmother doesn't do anything halfway, does she?" Ethan murmured as they greeted guests in the foyer. His hand rested lightly at the small of Olivia's back, a gesture that felt both protective and possessive. "Eleanor Parker has never understood the concept of low-key," Olivia confirmed. She was acutely aware of his proximity, the subtle scent of his cologne, the warmth of his palm through the material of her dress. "You look beautiful, by the way," Ethan said quietly. "I should have said so earlier." Olivia glanced up at him, caught off guard by the sincerity in his tone. "Thank you. You clean up pretty well yourself." Ethan wore a tailored charcoal suit that emphasized his broad shoulders and lean frame. With his dark hair carefully styled and his jawline freshly shaved, he looked every inch the successful businessman, and exactly the type of man people would expect Eleanor Parker's granddaughter to choose. "There you are." Eleanor herself approached, radiant in silver silk. "The Hendersons have just arrived. Come, they're dying to meet Ethan." The next hour passed in a blur of introductions and congratulations. Olivia watched with growing admiration as Ethan navigated her grandmother's social circle with effortless charm. He remembered names, asked thoughtful questions, and seamlessly integrated their prearranged relationship story into conversations. If she hadn't known better, she might have believed they'd been together for months herself. "He's good," Zoe commented, materializing at Olivia's side during a brief moment alone. "Almost too good." "What do you mean?" Olivia accepted a champagne flute from a passing waiter. "The way he looks at you when you're talking to someone else," Zoe elaborated. "It's very convincing. Either he missed his calling as an actor or what?" Olivia prompted when Zoe didn't continue. "Or there's more to this arrangement than you're admitting," her cousin finished, watching Ethan chat with a group of Eleanor's friends across the room. Before Olivia could respond, a tall man with sandy blonde hair approached Ethan, clapping him on the shoulder with obvious familiarity. Ethan's expression brightened as they embraced briefly. "Who's that?" Olivia asked, curiosity piqued by the newcomer. "Let's find out," Zoe suggested, already moving in their direction. Ethan spotted them approaching and extended his hand toward Olivia. "There you are," he said, drawing her to his side with practiced ease. "James, this is Olivia Parker, my fiancée. Olivia, this is James Westbrook, my oldest friend and general nuisance." "Charming as always, Reynolds," James said with a grin before turning to Olivia. "It's a pleasure to meet the woman who finally captured this workaholic's attention. I was beginning to think he was married to his spreadsheets." "The pleasure's mine," Olivia replied, instantly liking Ethan's friend. "And this is my cousin, Zoe Chambers." "Enchante," James said, his smile widening as he shook Zoe's hand. Ethan rolled his eyes. "Ignore him. He thinks speaking high school French makes him sophisticated." "It works about 60% of the time," James confided to Zoe, who looked amused despite herself. "How long have you two known each other?" Olivia asked, genuinely curious about Ethan's background. "Since boarding school," James replied. 15 miserable years of putting up with his perfectionism and terrible taste in music." "You went to boarding school?" Olivia turned to Ethan, realizing how little she actually knew about his personal history. "Phillips Exeter," Ethan confirmed. "My father's alma mater." "Where Ethan was class president, valedictorian, and voted most likely to own the world by 30, James added. Always the overachiever. You make me insufferable, insufferable, Ethan protested mildly. You were, James assured him before turning to Olivia. But he's improved with age. Mostly. The easy camaraderie between the two men gave Olivia a glimpse of a different Ethan. Less the polished businessman and more the human being with personal connections and history. It made their charade feel suddenly more complicated. How did you two meet? James asked, his eyes curious and slightly skeptical. Ethan's been suspiciously vague on the details. Olivia felt Ethan tense slightly beside her. This was the moment of truth, their first real test as a couple. They'd prepared their story, rehearsed the broad strokes, but delivering it convincingly to someone who knew Ethan well was different. Would you believe an arranged meeting by our grandparents? Olivia said, deciding that partial truth was better than an elaborate lie. James raised an eyebrow. Seriously? That sounds archaic. Olivia supplied. That's what I thought too. But effective, apparently, James observed, glancing between them. We'd actually crossed paths before, Ethan added, following their agreed-upon story. At the Bellevue Hotel. Olivia was there for a job interview. And Ethan was, being Ethan, Olivia continued, allowing a hint of their actual first encounter to color her tone. Commanding attention without even trying. Ethan's arm slipped around her waist, pulling her closer. Olivia made quite an impression, he said, his voice warm with what sounded like genuine affection. I couldn't stop thinking about her afterward. The sincerity in his voice caught Olivia off guard. This wasn't part of their rehearsed story, this was Ethan improvising, and doing it with conviction. She found herself blushing under James's scrutiny. Well, she certainly had an effect on you, James commented, studying his friend. I've never seen you like this, Ethan. Like what? Ethan asked, genuinely curious. Relaxed. Present. Not checking your phone every 30 seconds, James elaborated. It's a good look on you. Zoe caught Olivia's eye, her expression clearly communicating, I told you so. If you'll excuse us, Ethan said, I think Eleanor is signaling for us. Time for the official announcement. As they moved away, Olivia whispered, that wasn't part of our script. Improvisation is sometimes necessary, Ethan replied quietly. James knows me too well. He'd spot a rehearsed speech immediately. Before she could question him further, they reached the center of the room where Eleanor and Richard Reynolds stood waiting. A server tapped a spoon against a crystal glass, gradually silencing the gathered guests. Friends and family, Eleanor began, her judicial voice carrying effortlessly through the room. Richard and I are delighted to welcome you to this celebration of a very special union. Some of you may know that our late husbands, Charles Parker and Richard Reynolds Sr., were the closest of friends for over 5 decades. Richard, a distinguished man with Ethan's jawline and bearing, continued seamlessly. They often spoke of joining our families, and while they're no longer with us to see it, I believe they would be overjoyed by this development. Eleanor beamed. It is our pleasure to officially announce the engagement of my granddaughter, Olivia Parker, to Ethan Reynolds. Applause filled the room. Ethan's arm tightened around Olivia's waist as they stepped forward. Thank you all for coming tonight, Ethan said, his voice confident and warm. While our grandparents may have set the stage, Olivia and I wrote our own script. He looked down at her with an expression so tender it momentarily took her breath away. Sometimes the best things in life catch you completely by surprise. The crowd awed appreciatively. Olivia realized she was expected to say something as well. Ethan certainly surprised me, she said truthfully, earning chuckles from the guests. But the greatest surprise has been discovering how perfectly we complement each other. This too was not entirely a lie. Their ability to work together on this charade had revealed an unexpected compatibility. Eleanor raised her glass. To Olivia and Ethan. May your union bring you the joy and companionship that your grandfathers found in their friendship. To Olivia and Ethan, the guests echoed, raising their glasses. As the crowd dispersed into smaller conversational groups, a photographer hired by Eleanor approached. Just a few family photos for the announcement, Eleanor explained, positioning Olivia and Ethan against an elegant backdrop of flowers. "Smile like you're in love," the photographer instructed. Ethan turned toward Olivia, his expression softening as he gazed down at her. Following his lead, she tilted her face up to his, summoning her best besotted look. The camera clicked rapidly. "Perfect," the photographer praised. "Now one with a little more affection, please." Before Olivia could process the instruction, Ethan leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to her cheek. The unexpected gesture, combined with the warmth of his breath against her skin, sent a shiver down her spine. The camera clicked again. "Beautiful," the photographer declared. "You can really see the connection between you two." As the photographer moved away to capture other moments from the party, Ethan's hand found hers, his thumb tracing small circles on her palm. "You're very good at this," Olivia observed quietly. "So are you," he returned. "Almost too good. I'm starting to wonder if you missed your calling as an actress." His words echoed Zoe's earlier observation about him, creating a strange moment of symmetry between them. Olivia looked up to find Ethan studying her with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. "What?" she asked, suddenly self-conscious. "Nothing," he said, his expression clearing. "Just thinking that if we have to pretend, we might as well do it convincingly." "Agreed," Olivia said, though something about his gaze left her feeling unsettled. "We should mingle." As they moved through the crowd together, Olivia couldn't shake the feeling that they'd crossed some invisible line. What had begun as a clinical business arrangement was developing unexpected layers of complexity. And judging by the contemplative look that occasionally crossed Ethan's face when he thought she wasn't watching, she suspected he might be feeling it too. Chapter 8. Olivia stared at the email in disbelief, reading it for the third time to ensure she hadn't misunderstood. "Dear Ms. Parker. We are pleased to offer you the position of Associate Director of Special Events at Reynolds Hotel's corporate office. Your experience and innovative approach to event management make you an ideal candidate for our team. Please contact Human Resources at your earliest convenience to discuss the details of this offer and arrange your start date. Sincerely, Diane Matthews, Director of Human Resources. Reynolds Hotels." A job offer from Reynolds Hotels. The timing was too coincidental to be anything but Ethan's doing. Anger bubbled up, replacing her initial shock. They had an agreement: no interference in her career. Yet here was evidence that he'd ignored that boundary less than 2 weeks into their arrangement. Grabbing her phone, she pulled up his contact and hit call. He answered on the third ring. "Olivia," he greeted, his tone warm. "I was just thinking about you." "We need to talk," she said curtly. "In person. Now." A brief pause. "Is everything all right?" "No, everything is not all right," she snapped. "I just received a job offer from Reynolds Hotels." Another pause, longer this time. "I see. I'm in meetings until 4, but I can meet you at my office afterward." "Fine. Text me the address." She ended the call without waiting for his response, still seething. Reynolds Hotel's corporate headquarters occupied the top 10 floors of a gleaming downtown skyscraper. As Olivia entered the sleek lobby, her anger was momentarily overshadowed by awe. The space exuded understated luxury. Marble floors, tasteful modern art, and discreet security that somehow made visitors feel simultaneously important and scrutinized. After providing her name at reception, she was escorted to a private elevator that whisked her to the penultimate floor. The doors opened directly into an elegant reception area where a poised woman in her 50s greeted her. "Ms. Parker, welcome. Mr. Reynolds is expecting you. Please follow me." She was led down a corridor lined with black and white photographs of Reynolds Hotels properties around the world, each image capturing the distinctive blend of luxury and character that defined the brand. Ethan's office was a corner suite with floor-to-ceiling windows offering panoramic views of the city. He stood as she entered, immaculate in a navy suit, his expression carefully neutral. "Olivia," he began, but she cut him off. "You promised," she said, dropping her purse onto a chair. "No interference in my career. It was in our agreement." "I know what our agreement says," Ethan replied calmly. "Then explain this," Olivia demanded, pulling up the email on her phone and holding it out to him. Ethan glanced at the screen but didn't take the phone. "I can explain, but I'd appreciate if you'd let me speak without interruption." His composure only irritated her further, but Olivia nodded stiffly and took a seat across from his desk. "Yes, I did recommend you for the position," Ethan admitted, leaning against his desk rather than sitting behind it. "But not because of our arrangement. Your resume was already in our system from your Bellevue application. When this position opened up, HR pulled several candidates with relevant experience. I saw your name on the list and yes, I told them to prioritize your interview." "That's still interference," Olivia pointed out. "I didn't guarantee you the job," Ethan countered. "I simply ensured you got a fair evaluation. The decision to hire you was made by the department head and HR, not me. They were impressed by your portfolio and references. I had nothing to do with their final decision." Olivia wanted to maintain her righteous indignation, but his explanation made a certain logical sense. Still, the timing nagged at her. "Why didn't you tell me?" she asked. "Because I knew you'd react exactly like this," Ethan said, a hint of frustration breaking through his calm exterior. "You'd assume it was charity or nepotism rather than an opportunity you earned through your qualifications." "How can I be sure that's true?" Olivia challenged. "Call Diane Matthews in HR," he suggested. "Ask her directly about the hiring process. Or speak with Miranda Chun, the director of special events. They'll both confirm that while I flagged your application, the evaluation was entirely based on merit." Olivia studied him, searching for signs of deception but finding none. His gray eyes held steady, unflinching under her scrutiny. "You still should have told me," she insisted, but her anger was beginning to fade. "You're right," Ethan acknowledged, surprising her. "I should have. I apologize for that." His straightforward apology diffused the last of her temper. Olivia sighed, leaning back in her chair. "I don't want special treatment," she said finally. "I need to know I got this job because I deserved it." "You did," Ethan assured her. "The position has been open for months. They've interviewed dozens of candidates. None had your combination of experience and creative vision." Before Olivia could respond, a sharp knock preceded the office door swinging open. Richard Reynolds entered, his commanding presence immediately filling the room. "Ethan, about the anniversary celebration." He stopped, noticing Olivia. "Ah, I apologize for the interruption." "Hello, my dear." "Mr. Reynolds," Olivia greeted, rising from her chair. "Richard, please," he insisted. "We're family now, or soon will be." His eyes crinkled with genuine warmth. "Have you accepted our offer?" Olivia glanced at Ethan, momentarily uncertain how to respond. "I haven't decided yet." "Well, I hope you do," Richard said. "Miranda speaks highly of your portfolio. And actually, your potential employment is partly why I'm here." He turned to Ethan. "The board approved your proposal for the 50th anniversary celebration." Ethan straightened, interest evident in his posture. "That's excellent news." "Yes, it's all systems go," Richard confirmed. "But they've added one condition." His gaze shifted to include Olivia. "They want both of you to co-lead the project." "Both of us?" Ethan echoed, frowning slightly. "It makes perfect sense," Richard explained. "You have the business background and company history. Olivia brings fresh perspective and event expertise. Plus," he added with a knowing smile, "they were quite taken with the symbolism of our engaged couple leading the celebration of the company's golden anniversary." The implications weren't lost on either of them. This was no coincidence. It was a deliberate move to integrate Olivia into the Reynolds business, to test the relationship and perhaps cement it through professional collaboration. "I haven't even accepted the position yet," Olivia pointed out. "But you will," Richard said confidently. "It's an exceptional opportunity to make your mark in luxury hospitality. And," he added with a wink, "to keep an eye on my workaholic son." "Dad," Ethan said, his tone warning. Richard raised his hands in surrender. "Just stating facts. You work too much." He checked his watch. "I'll let you two discuss the details. Dinner on Sunday, remember?" Eleanor's looking forward to it. After he left, silence filled the office. Olivia absorbed the sudden shift in circumstances. Not only was she being offered a prestigious position, but she was also being thrust into a high-profile project with her fake fiancé, a project that would require close, regular collaboration. "You don't have to take the job," Ethan said quietly. "Or the project. I can find a way to decline without raising suspicions." Olivia considered this. The associate director position would be a significant step up from her role at the Laurel: better pay, more prestige, and the chance to work with luxury properties around the world. Career-wise, it would be foolish to refuse. Yet the complications of working directly with Ethan, especially on such a visible project, were considerable. "What exactly is this anniversary celebration?" she asked. Ethan moved behind his desk and pressed a button on his phone. "Melissa, could you bring in the anniversary proposal, please?" A moment later, the assistant entered with a thick binder, which she placed on Ethan's desk before withdrawing. "Reynolds Hotels turns 50 next year," Ethan explained, opening the binder. "My grandfather started with a single property in 1974. Now we have 37 hotels across 4 continents. The board wants to commemorate this milestone with a year-long celebration, culminating in a gala event next December." He pushed the binder toward her. Olivia flipped through it, impressed by the scope of the proposal. Global events, charitable initiatives, guest experience enhancements, and a documentary chronicling the company's history. "This is ambitious," she noted. "That's why they want 2 of us leading it," Ethan said. "The workload is substantial, and it touches every aspect of our operation." Olivia looked up from the binder to find Ethan watching her with an unreadable expression. "What?" she asked. "I'm trying to decide if you're actually considering this," he said. 10 minutes ago you were furious about possibly getting special treatment. Now you're contemplating a joint project that would involve working closely with me for months." "I'm weighing the professional benefits against the potential complications," Olivia clarified. "This would be an incredible opportunity for my career." "It would," Ethan agreed. "But our arrangement would become much more complex." Olivia closed the binder, thinking, "If I take this job and this project, we need additional ground rules." "Such as?" "Complete separation of our personal arrangement and our professional relationship," she began. "At work, we're colleagues, not a couple. No special treatment, no leveraging of our relationship for professional advantage." "Agreed," Ethan said immediately. "And if our arrangement ends as planned after 6 months, my position remains secure," she continued. "I don't want my career tied to our fake engagement." Ethan nodded. "That's reasonable. I can have something drafted to that effect." "One more thing," Olivia added. "If at any point the professional-personal balance becomes unworkable, either of us can step back from the project without penalty." "Agreed," Ethan said again. "Though that might be difficult to explain to the board." "We'll cross that bridge if necessary," Olivia decided. She took a deep breath. "In that case, I'll accept the position and the project." Something like relief flickered across Ethan's features. "You're sure?" "I'd be a fool to turn down such an opportunity out of pride," Olivia said pragmatically. "And I've never been one to back down from a challenge." "I've noticed that about you," Ethan said with a hint of amusement. He extended his hand across the desk. "Partners, then? Professionally speaking." Olivia took his hand, noting the warmth of his palm against hers, the firm but not overwhelming pressure of his grip. "Partners," she agreed. As they shook on their new arrangement, Olivia couldn't help wondering if she was making a huge mistake. Working alongside Ethan every day while maintaining the fiction of their engagement would require a delicate balance of truth and deception. Professional boundaries would blur with personal ones, creating countless opportunities for complications. Yet beneath her apprehension lay an undeniable current of excitement. The project itself was fascinating, the career opportunity unparalleled. And if she were being completely honest with herself, the prospect of working closely with Ethan, of seeing the brilliant business mind behind the polished exterior, held its own distinct appeal. "When can you start?" Ethan asked, releasing her hand. 2 weeks, Olivia replied. I need to give notice at the Laurel and wrap up my current projects. Perfect, Ethan said, making a note on his calendar. We'll schedule the first project meeting for your second day. That gives you time to settle in. As he spoke, Olivia noticed for the first time the subtle signs of stress around his eyes, the slight tension in his shoulders. This project clearly meant a great deal to him. It wasn't just another business initiative but something more personal. This anniversary is important to you, isn't it? She observed. Beyond the business aspects. Ethan looked up, momentarily surprised by her perception. Yes, he admitted. My grandfather built this company from nothing. He passed away when I was 15, but he was the one who first taught me about hospitality, about creating spaces where people feel genuinely welcome. His expression softened with the memory. This anniversary is partly my tribute to him. This glimpse of personal sentiment behind Ethan's professional facade intrigued Olivia. It suggested depths she hadn't anticipated when agreeing to their arrangement. Then I'm honored to be part of it, she said sincerely. Their eyes met across the desk, and for a moment, something genuine and unscripted passed between them, a connection based not on their fabricated engagement but on mutual respect and shared purpose. The moment was broken by Ethan's phone buzzing with a message. He glanced at it briefly. My next meeting is in 5 minutes, he said, standing. But we should celebrate your new position. Dinner tomorrow. Is that a professional dinner or a fake relationship dinner? Olivia asked, only half joking. Can't it be both? Ethan countered with a hint of a smile. We need to be seen together anyway, and we have plenty to discuss about the project. Efficient as always, Olivia remarked dryly, gathering her purse. Tomorrow works. Text me the details. As she walked toward the door, Ethan called after her. Olivia? For what it's worth, you really did earn this position. Your reputation in the industry speaks for itself. She paused, glancing back at him. Thank you. I intend to prove that's true. I have no doubt you will, he replied with unexpected sincerity. As the elevator carried her back to the lobby, Olivia considered the extraordinary turn her life had taken in just 2 short weeks. From catching her boyfriend cheating, to impulsively kissing a stranger, to accepting a job working alongside her fake fiancé on a high-profile corporate project. If someone had described this scenario to her a month ago, she would have laughed at the absurdity. Yet here she was, stepping into this bizarre new chapter with eyes wide open. Chapter 9. This one has floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, a chef's kitchen with marble countertops, and a primary suite with dual walk-in closets, Vivian Miller, the real estate agent, explained as she unlocked the door to the 5th apartment they'd viewed that day. Olivia had never imagined she'd be spending her Saturday touring luxury apartments with Ethan. Yet here they were, 3 weeks into their fake engagement, pretending to search for their first home together. It was Ethan who had pointed out the necessity of this charade. People will expect us to be looking for a place together, he'd reasoned during one of their now regular dinners. It would seem odd if we weren't at least making plans to cohabitate. Logical as always. So they'd arranged this outing. Visible progress on their relationship that could be casually mentioned to friends and family, all while maintaining their separate living situations until their arrangement concluded. The apartment they entered was undeniably stunning. Sunlight streamed through the promised floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating a spacious open-concept living area. The kitchen gleamed with high-end appliances and the marble countertops Vivian had mentioned. This is beautiful, Olivia admitted, running her hand along the cool stone of the kitchen island. The building offers 24-hour concierge service, a rooftop pool, and a fully equipped fitness center, Vivian continued, her professional smile never wavering. It's very popular with young professionals. What do you think, darling? Ethan asked, the endearment rolling off his tongue with practiced ease. After weeks of public appearances together, they developed a comfortable shorthand of affectionate gestures and terms. Olivia raised an eyebrow at him. It's lovely, but I'm not sure about the location. It's quite far from both our offices. But considerably closer to your grandmother, Ethan pointed out, a hint of teasing in his eyes. Imagine the surprise drop-in visits. Olivia suppressed a smile. He'd quickly picked up on her complicated relationship with Eleanor, the deep affection mixed with occasional exasperation. A valid point against, she conceded. Vivian glanced between them, her expression professionally neutral but her eyes curious. Perhaps you could each share what features are most important to you. That might help narrow our search. Natural light, Olivia said immediately. And character. I don't want something that feels like a hotel suite. Ironic, coming from someone who works in hotels, Ethan commented. That's exactly why, Olivia countered. I want home to feel different from work. Fair enough, he acknowledged. For me, security is paramount. A good floor plan for entertaining is also essential, given our professional obligations. Vivian nodded, making notes on her tablet. What about outdoor space? The next property on our list has a private terrace. That would be wonderful, Olivia said enthusiastically. It would be impractical, Ethan disagreed. Who has time to maintain a terrace garden? We could hire someone, Olivia suggested. To tend 3 potted plants you'll inevitably kill? I'm not that bad with plants. The jade plant in your office survived how long? 3 days. That was different. The air conditioning vent was directly above it. Vivian cleared her throat delicately. Perhaps we should look at the master bedroom? As they followed her down the hallway, Ethan leaned close to Olivia's ear. We sound like an actual couple arguing, he whispered, his breath warm against her skin. Method acting, Olivia whispered back, ignoring the small shiver his proximity evoked. The bedroom was as impressive as the rest of the apartment. Spacious, with more of those spectacular windows and an ensuite bathroom that featured a soaking tub and separate rainfall shower. The closets are through here, Vivian said, opening double doors to reveal a walk-in closet larger than Olivia's current bedroom. Now this I could get used to, Olivia admitted, stepping inside and visualizing her modest wardrobe lost in the expansive space. I thought you were concerned about it feeling too hotel-like, Ethan reminded her, leaning against the doorframe with an amused expression. I'm willing to compromise on closet space, Olivia replied primly. Their playful banter had become a natural part of their public dynamic. Olivia was surprised by how easily they'd fallen into this pattern. The gentle teasing, the inside jokes, the physical ease of casual touches. It made their charade more convincing, but it also blurred the lines between performance and genuine connection in ways that occasionally unsettled her. Shall we see the second bedroom? Vivian suggested. It could make an excellent home office or guest room. As they continued the tour, Ethan's phone rang. He checked the display and frowned. I need to take this. Business, he explained apologetically. While he stepped away to answer the call, Vivian guided Olivia toward a small den off the main living area. This space could be customized to suit your needs, the agent explained. Some owners have converted it to a library, others to a media room. Olivia nodded absently, her attention caught by Ethan's voice from the living room. His tone had changed, sharper, more commanding than the relaxed demeanor he'd maintained all morning. That's unacceptable, he was saying. The contract was explicit about the timeline. No, I won't authorize an extension without significant concessions. This was Ethan in full business mode, focused, authoritative, and utterly different from the man who'd been teasing her about potted plants moments before. The contrast was striking. You two make a lovely couple, Vivian commented, drawing Olivia's attention back to the present. How long have you been together? About 8 months, Olivia replied, following their established timeline. Though we've known each other's families for years. And already engaged, Vivian observed. When you know, I suppose. Something like that, Olivia agreed, feeling a twinge of guilt at the deception. Ethan rejoined them, smoothly slipping his phone into his pocket. Sorry about that. Crisis averted. He turned to Vivian. Could we see the building amenities next? The tour continued through the building's impressive common areas, the sleek lobby with its concierge desk, the state-of-the-art fitness center, and finally the rooftop pool and lounge area, which offered panoramic views of the city. I can email you the details of each property we've seen today, Vivian said as they prepared to leave. Along with information about the ones we'll view next weekend. Next weekend? Olivia echoed, glancing at Ethan in confusion. I took the liberty of scheduling a follow-up, he explained. There's a new development in Riverside Park I thought you might like to see. How thoughtful, Olivia said, a hint of sarcasm in her tone that only Ethan would detect. Once they'd said goodbye to Vivian and were alone in Ethan's car, Olivia dropped the facade. Next weekend? We didn't discuss that. We need to maintain the appearance of actively looking, Ethan pointed out, navigating through downtown traffic. One day of apartment hunting isn't convincing. You could have consulted me first, Olivia said, irritation creeping into her voice. I have plans next weekend. What plans? Ethan asked, glancing at her briefly. Does it matter? The point is, you made assumptions about my availability. Ethan sighed. You're right. I should have asked. We can reschedule. His immediate concession diffused her annoyance. It's fine, she relented. Just check with me next time. They drove in silence for a few blocks before Ethan spoke again. Lunch? I'm starving after all that walking. Sure, Olivia agreed. As long as it's not anywhere too public. I've had enough performative coupledom for one day. Ethan nodded, taking the next turn. I know a place. Hole-in-the-wall Thai restaurant that makes the best pad Thai in the city. No one we know would be caught dead there. 20 minutes later, they were seated in a tiny, unassuming restaurant tucked between a laundromat and a convenience store. The decor was minimal, the tables slightly sticky, but the aromas from the kitchen were mouth-watering. You were right, Olivia said after her first bite. This is incredible. One of the perks of hotel development, Ethan explained. You learn where the locals actually eat, not just where the guidebooks send tourists. Olivia studied him across the table. In jeans and a casual button-down, with his usually perfect hair slightly tousled from the wind on the rooftop, he looked more approachable than the polished executive she worked with daily. So, she said, reaching for her water, what did you think of the apartments? Overpriced and uninspiring, Ethan replied bluntly. Even by luxury standards. Olivia laughed, surprised by his candor. I thought it was just me. That last one was particularly soulless. Like living in a furniture showroom, Ethan agreed. Though you seemed interested in the closet space. A girl has her priorities, Olivia said with a smile. But no, none of them felt right. What would feel right? Ethan asked, his expression curious. If this were real, what would you be looking for? The question caught Olivia off guard. Over the past weeks, they'd carefully maintained the fiction of their relationship without delving too deeply into personal preferences or future aspirations. Something with character, she said finally. An older building with history, but modernized inside. A real fireplace. Built-in bookshelves. A window seat where I could read on rainy days. She stopped, feeling unexpectedly vulnerable. What about you? Ethan considered the question seriously. Space, primarily. I grew up in a house where everyone had their territory. I'd want that, room to retreat when necessary, but also open areas for gathering. He paused. And a serious kitchen. I like to cook when I have time. You cook. Olivia couldn't hide her surprise. Somehow, she'd pictured Ethan's life consisting of business dinners and high-end takeout. Don't sound so shocked, he said dryly. It's a useful skill. Therapeutic, even. I just wouldn't have guessed, Olivia admitted. You're full of surprises, Ethan Reynolds. I try to maintain some mystery, he replied with a hint of a smile. Their conversation drifted to work matters. The anniversary project was ramping up, with initial planning meetings scheduled for the coming week. Olivia had settled into her new role remarkably quickly, earning respect from colleagues who might otherwise have viewed her with suspicion due to her connection with Ethan. The Charleston property confirmed they'll host the regional kickoff event, Ethan informed her between bites. Their ballroom renovation will be complete by then. Perfect, Olivia said, making a mental note. And the London team sent their initial concept yesterday. It's good, but needs refinement. I trust your judgment on that, Ethan said. Event aesthetics aren't my specialty. That's why we make a good team, Olivia said absently, then caught herself. Professionally speaking, of course. An awkward moment passed between them, one of many such moments that had occurred as their working relationship deepened alongside their pretend personal one. Of course, Ethan echoed. They finished their lunch and were heading back to the car when the sky, which had been threatening all morning, finally opened up. Rain poured down in sheets, catching them halfway across the parking lot. "Run for it," Ethan called, grabbing Olivia's hand and pulling her toward the car. They were soaked by the time they reached the vehicle, laughing as they tumbled inside. Olivia pushed wet hair from her face, acutely aware of how her thin sweater now clung to her body. Ethan wasn't in much better shape, his blue shirt darkened by rain and molded to his shoulders. "Well, that was refreshing," Olivia said, trying to inject some normality into a suddenly charged atmosphere. "Here," Ethan said, reaching into the back seat and retrieving a light jacket. "You're shivering." She was, though not entirely from cold. "Thanks," she murmured, slipping it around her shoulders. It smelled faintly of his cologne. Ethan started the car, turning the heater on full blast. His profile in the dim light of the rain-darkened day was sharp and defined, water droplets still clinging to his hair and the stubble along his jaw. "I should get you home," he said, his voice slightly rough. "Yes," Olivia agreed, though a part of her was reluctant to end their time together. These moments, when they were neither fully performing nor completely themselves, had become increasingly frequent and increasingly confusing. The drive to her apartment was quiet, the rhythmic swish of windshield wipers and the pattering of rain on the roof creating a cocoon of sound around them. When Ethan pulled up in front of her building, Olivia hesitated before opening the door. "Thanks for today," she said. Despite the real estate agent's questionable taste in properties, it was nice. "It was," Ethan agreed, his expression softening. "Same time next week? Unless those mysterious plans of yours interfere." "Brunch with Zoe," Olivia admitted. "But we're done by noon. We could meet after." "I'll confirm with Vivian," Ethan said with a nod. He reached across her to open the glove compartment, his arm briefly brushing against hers. The casual contact shouldn't have affected her, not after weeks of deliberate touches for their public performance, but somehow this unintentional moment felt more intimate. He withdrew a small umbrella. "Take this. It's still pouring." "Then you'll get wet walking me to the door," Olivia pointed out. Ethan raised an eyebrow. "Who said I was walking you to the door? Isn't that what a devoted fiancé would do?" "There's no one watching," he reminded her. "True," Olivia acknowledged, feeling oddly disappointed. "But what if Mrs. Finley from 3B is spying from her window again? We can't risk breaking character." A smile tugged at the corner of Ethan's mouth. "Mrs. Finley again? She seems remarkably invested in our relationship." "She's 82 and bored," Olivia said with a shrug. "We're better than her soap operas." "Well, we can't disappoint our audience," Ethan conceded, cutting the engine. One umbrella sharing walk to the door, coming up. The small umbrella barely covered them both, forcing them to walk pressed close together. Olivia was acutely aware of Ethan's arm around her shoulders, the solid warmth of him beside her as they navigated puddles to her building's entrance. Under the shelter of the small awning, they paused. In a real relationship, this would be the moment for a goodbye kiss. They'd shared brief, chaste kisses in public when necessary for their charade, but always in the presence of others, always clearly for show. Here, alone in the rain, any such gesture would be for themselves alone. "Thanks for the escort," Olivia said, her voice softer than she'd intended. "My pleasure," Ethan replied, making no move to leave despite the rain still coming down around them. Chapter 10. It's just for 2 days, Ethan said, glancing at Olivia as he drove along the winding lakeside road. "My family doesn't bite. Well, except maybe Charlotte when she's hungry." "Your 16-year-old sister is the least of my concerns," Olivia replied, gazing out at the sparkling water visible between the trees. "It's more the whole, pretending to be madly in love with you in front of your entire family aspect." 1 month into their arrangement, they'd settled into a comfortable rhythm of public appearances and professional collaboration. But this weekend represented a new level of performance. A family gathering at the Reynolds Lake House, where they'd be under constant, intimate observation by people who knew Ethan best. "We've been convincing so far," Ethan reminded her. "Just follow my lead and be yourself. They'll love you." Olivia wasn't so sure. Their previous social engagements had been brief: dinners, charity events, corporate functions, where superficial affection and rehearsed anecdotes sufficed. A weekend meant sustained performance with no breaks. "What's really bothering you?" Ethan asked, perceptive as always. Olivia sighed. "I don't like lying to people about something this important. Your family seems to genuinely care about you. It feels wrong to deceive them." "Is it deception if my father is partially responsible for the arrangement in the first place?" Ethan countered. "Besides, we're not lying about everything. We do get along well. We do respect each other. The only fiction is the romantic aspect. And the small detail that our entire relationship has an expiration date," Olivia added. Ethan's hands tightened slightly on the steering wheel. "There's that." They drove in silence for several minutes before turning onto a private drive marked only by a discreet wooden sign reading Reynolds Retreat. The gravel path wound through thick pine forest before suddenly opening to reveal a stunning timber and glass structure overlooking the lake. "That's your lake house?" Olivia asked incredulously. "It looks like something from Architectural Digest." "My mother's project after she retired from interior design," Ethan explained, parking beside several other vehicles. "Dad wanted a simple fishing cabin. Mom had other ideas." As they exited the car, the front door burst open and a teenage girl with Ethan's dark hair but much more expressive features bounded down the steps. "Finally!" she exclaimed. "I thought you'd never get here. Mom's driving me crazy with wedding questions." "Charlotte," Ethan greeted, accepting her enthusiastic hug before turning to Olivia. "This hurricane is my sister. Charlotte, meet Olivia." Charlotte turned her full attention to Olivia, studying her with unabashed curiosity. "You're prettier than your pictures," she declared. "And you must be either a saint or crazy to agree to marry my brother." "Charlotte," Ethan admonished, but Olivia laughed. "The jury's still out," she replied, liking the girl immediately. "But so far, he's been tolerable." Charlotte grinned. "I like her," she informed Ethan before linking her arm through Olivia's. "Come on. Everyone's on the deck. I'll protect you from the interrogation." As Charlotte led her toward the house, Olivia glanced back to see Ethan retrieving their bags from the trunk, an expression of fond exasperation on his face. These glimpses of him outside the business context continued to reveal new facets of his personality: the patient brother, the dutiful son, roles he inhabited as naturally as that of the commanding executive. The lake house's interior was a masterful blend of rustic and contemporary. Soaring ceilings with exposed beams, stone fireplaces, and walls of glass that brought the spectacular view inside. Through French doors, Olivia could see a group gathered on a spacious deck overlooking the water. "Mom, they're here," Charlotte announced as they stepped outside. Catherine Reynolds turned from the conversation she'd been having with her husband. In her early 60s, she remained strikingly beautiful, with the same gray eyes as Ethan but a warmth in her expression that her son often kept carefully guarded. "Olivia, welcome," she said, crossing to embrace her. "We're so delighted you could join us this weekend." "Thank you for including me," Olivia replied, genuinely touched by the warm welcome. Richard Reynolds joined them, kissing Olivia's cheek. "Now we have you captive for the whole weekend," he joked. "No escaping our interrogation." "Dad," Ethan warned, appearing behind Olivia with their bags. "We agreed, no third degree." "Can't blame a father for being curious about the woman who finally captured his son's heart," Richard replied, unrepentant. Introductions continued as Ethan's older sister Madeline, her husband Paul, and their 7-year-old twins joined the group. The family dynamic was immediately apparent. Richard the jovial patriarch, Catherine the elegant peacekeeper, Madeline the organized older sister, and Charlotte the spirited youngest. "I'll show you to your room," Ethan said, placing a hand at the small of Olivia's back. "You can freshen up before lunch." As they entered the house, Olivia whispered, "Room? Singular. Would it be more or less suspicious if I put my fiancé in a separate bedroom?" Ethan murmured back. Olivia had to concede the point. Of course they'd be expected to share a room. It was a natural assumption for an engaged couple. Yet the prospect of such intimate proximity sent a flutter of nervous anticipation through her that had nothing to do with maintaining their cover. The bedroom Ethan led her to was on the second floor, with the same stunning lake view as the main living areas. A king-sized bed dominated the space, making Olivia acutely aware of their sleeping arrangements. "I can take the sofa," Ethan offered, reading her expression. "It's more comfortable than it looks." "Don't be ridiculous," Olivia said with forced casualness. "We're adults. We can share a bed without it being weird." Ethan set their bags down, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "If you're sure." "Completely," Olivia insisted, though she wasn't sure at all. "We have a business arrangement, remember? No complications." "Right," Ethan agreed, though something in his tone suggested he found her protests interesting. No complications. Lunch was served on the deck, a casual affair of sandwiches, salads, and easy conversation. Olivia found herself genuinely enjoying the Reynolds family's company. They were wealthy, certainly, but without the pretension she might have expected. "So how did my brother convince you to marry him?" Charlotte asked bluntly during a lull in conversation. "Was it the Reynolds charm or the Reynolds money?" "Charlotte," Catherine admonished while Ethan choked slightly on his drink. Olivia laughed. "Neither, actually. It was his complete lack of awareness of either." This drew curious looks from the family, so Olivia elaborated with their practice story. "When we formally met, I had no idea who he was. I treated him like any other person, which apparently was novel enough to be interesting. She was singularly unimpressed by my credentials," Ethan added, the truth of this particular detail adding authenticity to their fiction. "Smart girl," Richard commented, raising his glass to Olivia. "Ethan's always attracted people interested more in his position than himself." "Which explains why he's been such a cynic about relationships," Madeline added. "Until you." Olivia felt a twinge of guilt at their genuine happiness for Ethan. Were his previous relationships really as calculated as they suggested? Had her fake fiancé truly been so guarded because of past disappointments? The afternoon passed pleasantly with a tour of the property, including Richard's boathouse filled with fishing gear and Catherine's meticulously designed gardens. As the day progressed, Olivia noticed Ethan gradually relaxing. His posture less rigid, his smiles coming more readily, his laugh more frequent. In the kitchen, helping Catherine prepare dinner, Olivia was surprised to see Ethan expertly chopping vegetables beside her. "Don't look so shocked," he said, noticing her expression. "I told you I cook." "Ethan was always my best helper in the kitchen," Catherine confirmed, handing him a head of garlic. "Even as a boy, he had the patience for it." "Mom," Ethan protested mildly, but Olivia could see he was pleased by the praise. "What? It's true." While Madeline was organizing her school binders and Charlotte was climbing trees, "You were in here learning to make a proper roux." Catherine winked at Olivia. "He makes an excellent coq au vin." "I'm learning all sorts of secrets about you," Olivia teased, bumping Ethan's shoulder with her own. His response was a soft smile that reached his eyes in a way his public smiles rarely did. The genuine warmth in that expression did something strange to Olivia's heartbeat. Outside the kitchen window, clouds began gathering over the lake, the previously bright day turning moody as evening approached. "Looks like we're in for a storm tonight," Catherine noted. "I hope you're not afraid of thunder, Olivia. It can get quite dramatic up here." Olivia's smile faltered slightly. "Not a fan, actually," she admitted. "But I'll be fine." Ethan caught her eye, a question in his gaze that she answered with a slight shrug. It was a small, private exchange, the kind real couples have, and it felt surprisingly natural. As they finished preparing dinner, Olivia realized how easy it was becoming to slip into these authentic moments with Ethan. The lines between performance and reality were blurring, and she wasn't entirely sure that was a good thing. Chapter 11. Olivia's first 2 weeks as Associate Director of Special Events had flown by in a whirlwind of meetings, creative sessions, and gradually finding her place within the Reynolds Hotel's corporate culture. The 50th anniversary project was gaining momentum, with regional teams from across the globe submitting initial concepts for their local celebrations. She'd just finished reviewing proposals from the Asian properties when her phone buzzed with a text. Expecting Ethan with a question about their afternoon meeting, she was startled to see a different name on the screen. Mark. Asterisk, can we talk? I miss you. Coffee tomorrow? Asterisk. Olivia stared at the message, a complex swirl of emotions rising within her. 2 months ago, this text would have devastated her. Now, it merely confused her. Why would Mark reach out after their humiliating encounter at La Maison? A knock at her office door interrupted her thoughts. Ethan entered, carrying 2 cups of coffee and a folder tucked under his arm. Thought you might need this, he said, placing 1 cup on her desk. The Tokyo proposal is particularly dense. You're a lifesaver, Olivia replied, grateful for both the caffeine and the distraction from Mark's text. Ethan settled into the chair across from her desk, an arrangement that had become routine as they collaborated on the anniversary project. His gaze sharpened as he studied her. Something wrong? He asked, perceptive as always. Olivia hesitated, then turned her phone so he could see the message. Mark just texted me. Ethan's expression remained neutral, though something flickered in his eyes. What are you going to do? Ignore it, Olivia said immediately, then paused. Though I'm curious why he's reaching out now. The engagement announcement ran in the business section last weekend, Ethan pointed out. Perhaps that prompted his sudden interest. Olivia had almost forgotten about the formal announcement Richard had insisted on placing in several publications. The photograph they'd used, taken at Eleanor's party, showed them gazing at each other with what appeared to be genuine affection. You think he's jealous? She asked, skeptical. Men like Mark don't appreciate losing what they consider theirs, even if they discarded it first, Ethan said, his tone casual but his words precise. I'm not a possession, Olivia pointed out, irritated by the implication. Of course not, Ethan agreed. But I doubt Mark sees it that way. Before Olivia could respond, her phone buzzed again with another text from Mark. Asterisk, please, Liv. Just 1 coffee. I need to explain. Asterisk. He's persistent, Ethan observed, his voice carefully neutral. It doesn't matter, Olivia said, silencing her phone. We have work to discuss. They spent the next hour reviewing the Tokyo team's elaborate proposal for a cherry blossom-themed gala, but Mark's texts lingered in the back of Olivia's mind. Why now? What could he possibly want to explain? 2 days later, Olivia was leaving a lunch meeting when she spotted a familiar figure waiting beside her car in the corporate parking garage. Mark, she said, stopping several feet away. What are you doing here? He looked good, tan, well-dressed, with that boyish charm that had initially attracted her. But the sight of him no longer triggered the emotional turmoil she'd expected. You wouldn't answer my texts, he said, stepping toward her. I had to see you. How did you know where to find me? Olivia asked, maintaining her distance. The announcement mentioned your new position, Mark explained. Congratulations, by the way. Reynolds Hotels is a big step up from the Laurel. The subtle condescension in his tone grated on her nerves. What do you want, Mark? He had the grace to look slightly abashed. To apologize, for starters. My behavior at the restaurant was inexcusable. Yes, it was, Olivia agreed coolly. I was shocked to see you there with him, Mark continued. And I'd had too much to drink. It was a perfect storm of bad judgment. Apology noted, Olivia said, moving toward her car. If that's all. It's not, Mark said quickly, blocking her path. Liv, I made a terrible mistake with Victoria. It didn't take long to realize what I'd thrown away. Olivia stared at him in disbelief. Are you serious right now? We were together for 3 years, Mark pressed on. That means something. What you have with Reynolds, it's so sudden. Do you really know him? Do you really love him? The questions hit uncomfortably close to the truth of her arrangement with Ethan. No, she didn't really know him, not completely. And no, she didn't love him, at least, not in the way Mark implied. But she did know Ethan's integrity, his intelligence, his unexpected moments of thoughtfulness. She knew the way his eyes crinkled when he found something genuinely amusing, the focus he brought to both important negotiations and trivial decisions like selecting wine at dinner. "I know enough," she said finally. "Enough to marry him?" Mark challenged. "Or are there other factors at play? His family's connections, perhaps? The career advancement?" The insinuation stung precisely because it contained a grain of truth. Her relationship with Ethan had indeed advanced her career, though not in the way Mark suggested. "You don't get to question my choices," Olivia said firmly. "Not anymore." Mark's expression softened, becoming the charming, persuasive look she'd once found irresistible. "I just worry about you, Liv. Reynolds has a reputation in business circles. Ruthless, calculating. Is that really the man you want to spend your life with?" Before she could respond, a cool voice cut through the tension. "Is there a problem here?" Ethan stood a few yards away, his expression composed but his posture alert. Olivia had never been so relieved to see someone in her life. "No problem," Mark said, straightening. "Just catching up with an old friend." "Ex-friend," Olivia corrected pointedly. "And we're done catching up." Mark's pleasant facade slipped slightly. "I see the fiancé has perfect timing," he said, his tone hardening. "Tell me, Reynolds, do you always monitor your employees so closely, or just the ones you're sleeping with?" Ethan's expression didn't change, but Olivia saw his jaw tighten fractionally. "Olivia and I have a meeting scheduled. I was concerned when she didn't return from lunch." "How considerate," Mark replied, sarcasm evident. "You know, I've heard interesting things about your company's acquisition strategies. Very aggressive, some might say predatory. Is that how you approach relationships too?" "Mark, that's enough," Olivia interjected, embarrassed by his transparent attempt to provoke Ethan. "I'm just looking out for you, Liv," Mark insisted. "Making sure you know what you're getting into." "I believe Olivia is perfectly capable of making her own decisions," Ethan said, his voice level but with an undercurrent of steel. "And she's made it clear she doesn't want to continue this conversation." Mark laughed, the sound hollow. "The protective fiancé act is convincing, I'll give you that. But we both know what men like you really want. The question is, does Olivia?" Ethan finally moved, stepping closer to Mark with a controlled precision that somehow seemed more intimidating than overt aggression. "What I want," he said quietly, "is for you to stop harassing my fiancée. She's asked you to leave. I suggest you respect that, or our next conversation will be considerably less pleasant." Something in Ethan's tone, an absolute certainty perhaps, made Mark take an involuntary step back. "Fine," he said, attempting to recover his dignity. "But Liv, when this falls apart, and it will, don't say I didn't warn you." He turned and walked away, his departure lacking the dramatic impact he'd clearly intended. Once he was gone, Olivia released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "Thank you for that," she said, turning to Ethan. "Though I could have handled it." "I know you could have," Ethan replied, his expression softening. "But you shouldn't have to, not at your workplace." "How did you know I was here?" Olivia asked, curious about his timely arrival. "I saw him entering the garage when I was returning from an off-site meeting," Ethan explained. "Given his previous behavior, I thought it prudent to check on you." The simple explanation, delivered without expectation of gratitude, touched Olivia more than an elaborate gesture might have. "He seems to think our engagement is somehow suspicious," she noted as they walked toward the elevator. "More likely, he's trying to make you doubt your decision to move on," Ethan replied. "Men like Mark can't stand to lose, even when they're the ones who ended things." "You keep saying men like Mark," Olivia observed. "You sound like you know the type well." A shadow crossed Ethan's features. "I've encountered my share in business. They're charming until challenged, generous until it costs them something, and loyal until a better option comes along." The accuracy of this assessment was striking. Had Ethan seen through Mark immediately, even during their brief encounter at the hotel bar? "He said some things about you," Olivia said hesitantly as they entered the elevator. "About your business reputation." "I imagine he did," Ethan replied, unsurprised. "Most of what he's heard is probably true. I am ruthless in business when necessary. I do make calculated decisions. But I don't confuse professional strategy with personal relationships. The elevator doors opened onto their floor, and they stepped out together. Before heading to their respective offices, Ethan paused. For what it's worth, he said quietly, I would never use a relationship, real or otherwise, as a business tactic. Our arrangement may be unconventional, but it's built on mutual respect and clear boundaries. Olivia studied him, struck by the sincerity in his voice. I know, she said simply. And she did. Whatever Mark might insinuate, whatever complications might arise from their unusual situation, she trusted Ethan's fundamental integrity. It was perhaps the most surprising development of their entire arrangement. Our investor meeting is at 3, Ethan reminded her, shifting back to their professional dynamic with practiced ease. I'll be there, Olivia confirmed. As she watched him walk away, she reflected on the stark contrast between the two men who had occupied her thoughts today. Mark, with his superficial charm and self-serving motives, suddenly seemed like a pale shadow compared to Ethan's quiet strength and unwavering principles. The realization was both comforting and unsettling. Comforting because it affirmed her instincts about both men, unsettling because it suggested her feelings for Ethan were evolving beyond the parameters of their carefully structured agreement. Later that evening, as Olivia was preparing to leave for the day, she overheard two colleagues talking quietly near the break room. Did you see how Reynolds intervened with that guy harassing Parker in the garage? One whispered. Security told Janet he was like ice. Completely calm but absolutely terrifying, the other replied. Apparently, after Parker left, Reynolds made it clear to security that the ex isn't welcome anywhere near company property. Can you blame him? The guy was trying to manipulate her, saying all sorts of things about Reynolds to undermine their relationship. That's the part that got me. Reynolds didn't defend himself at all. He just defended her right to make her own choices. Pretty impressive for a guy with his reputation. Olivia slipped away before they noticed her, their conversation replaying in her mind. Ethan hadn't mentioned speaking to security, hadn't sought credit for protecting her, hadn't even told her what he'd done to ensure Mark wouldn't bother her at work again. It was this, his actions when no one was watching, when there was no benefit to his reputation or their arrangement, that told her more about Ethan Reynolds than any words could have. And what it told her was becoming increasingly difficult to reconcile with the temporary nature of their agreement. Chapter 12. What do you mean the grand ballroom is no longer available? Ethan's voice, though controlled, carried an unmistakable edge as he spoke into his phone. The contract was signed 2 months ago. Olivia looked up from her laptop, instantly alert. They were in Ethan's office, finalizing details for the company's 50th anniversary kickoff event, the first major celebration in what would be a year-long series across the globe. Scheduled for just 3 weeks from now, it was meant to set the tone for the entire campaign. Water damage? Ethan repeated, making eye contact with Olivia as he put the call on speaker. How extensive? A pipe burst in the ceiling above the ballroom last night, explained the apologetic venue manager. The entire space is compromised. We're looking at weeks of repairs, possibly months depending on what we find behind the walls. I'm so sorry, Mr. Reynolds. Is there any possibility of using another space within your facility? Ethan asked, already pulling up the venue's floor plan on his tablet. I've checked everything. Our secondary ballroom is already booked for a wedding that weekend, and none of our other spaces could accommodate your guest list of 300. Olivia felt a sinking sensation in her stomach. 3 weeks was practically no time to find an alternate venue for an event of this scale in a city where premium spaces were typically booked 6 to 12 months in advance. I understand, Ethan said, his tone professional despite the clear frustration in his eyes. Please email the official cancellation and refund details to Ms. Parker. Thank you. After ending the call, he turned to Olivia. This is a disaster. Maybe not, she replied, already mentally cataloguing possibilities. We have options. 300 guests, specific technical requirements, and only 3 weeks to reschedule, Ethan countered. The board members have already arranged travel. International executives are flying in. The governor confirmed his attendance yesterday. Olivia stood, gathering her laptop. I need the original venue requirements and the guest list breakdown. Meet me in the conference room in 15 minutes. This is fixable. Ethan raised an eyebrow at her confidence but didn't argue. I'll have Melissa pull everything together. By 7 p.m., they had called every suitable venue in the city. All were booked. What about warehouses or other unconventional spaces? Olivia suggested, rubbing her tired eyes. They'd been at this for hours, the conference room table now covered with floor plans, printouts, and empty coffee cups. The timeline's too tight for proper conversion, Ethan replied, loosening his tie. His normally impeccable appearance had grown disheveled as the day progressed. We'd need permits, temporary installations, specialty vendors, all on rush schedules. Olivia paced the room, thinking aloud. What about one of our own properties? The Bellevue has function space. Not large enough for 300, Ethan said, checking the specs. And their ballroom is undergoing renovation. Silence fell as they both contemplated the mounting crisis. This wasn't just any corporate event. It was the culmination of months of planning, the public launch of a campaign that would define Ethan's leadership of the company. What about the Roosevelt? Olivia said suddenly, turning to Ethan. The Roosevelt? It's not even open yet, Ethan replied, confusion evident. Construction is still. He stopped, understanding dawning in his eyes. You can't be serious. The Roosevelt was Reynolds Hotel's newest property, scheduled to open in 2 months. The renovation of the historic hotel had been Ethan's first major project after taking over from his father. The main renovation is complete, right? You mentioned last week that they're in the finishing stages. Yes, but... And the ballroom? What's its status? Ethan hesitated. Structurally complete. Lighting installed. But the furnishings haven't arrived, the kitchen isn't fully equipped, and the staff hasn't been trained. But the space exists, Olivia pressed. And it's beautiful, I saw the renderings. What better way to showcase your newest property than with a soft opening for the anniversary celebration? Ethan ran a hand through his hair, a gesture Olivia had come to recognize as a sign of deep thought rather than frustration. It's a logistical nightmare, he said finally. We'd need to accelerate portions of the timeline, bring in temporary solutions for others, and essentially create a functioning hotel experience in just part of the building. But it's possible, Olivia insisted. Their eyes met across the room, a silent communication passing between them, the kind that had developed over months of working closely together. It would require round-the-clock effort, Ethan said, already reaching for his phone. The team at the Roosevelt would need to adjust every aspect of their schedule. So we'll help them, Olivia replied simply. This is our project. We solve the problem. A hint of a smile touched Ethan's lips. You're not afraid of impossible challenges, are you? I agreed to be your fake fiancé, didn't I? Olivia retorted with a wry smile. This is nothing compared to that. For a moment, the tension of the day broke as they shared a genuine laugh, one of those unguarded moments that had become increasingly frequent between them. Let's make some calls, Ethan said, his decision made. The next 24 hours passed in a whirlwind of activity. After securing tentative approval from the Roosevelt's project manager, they'd set up a war room at the corporate office, commandeering the largest conference room for what was quickly becoming a massive logistical operation. Olivia had nearly forgotten they were supposed to attend Eleanor's charity gala that evening until Ethan's reminder text arrived at 5 p.m. * car picking us up at 7. Bring overnight bag, late finish, early start tomorrow. * She stared at the message in dismay. With the venue crisis consuming every waking moment, the gala had completely slipped her mind. Yet their public appearances remained an essential part of their arrangement, particularly at events involving their families. Rushing home to change, Olivia pulled on the emerald silk gown she'd thankfully had the foresight to have delivered the previous week. She was applying the final touches to her makeup when the doorbell rang precisely at 7 p.m. Ethan stood in the hallway, impeccable in a tuxedo despite the chaotic day they'd shared. His eyes widened appreciatively as he took in her appearance. You look beautiful, he said, the simple compliment carrying more weight for its evident sincerity. You clean up pretty well yourself. Olivia replied, deflecting with humor as she often did when his directness caught her off guard. Hard to believe you've been handling a corporate crisis for the past 10 hours. Years of practice, Ethan said dryly. Ready. In the car, they continued discussing the Roosevelt solution, seamlessly transitioning between their professional crisis and their personal charade. The chef confirmed he can assemble a partial team for the event, Ethan reported, consulting his phone. And the temporary furnishings will be delivered Monday for approval. What about the lighting programming? Has Hernandez confirmed? Olivia asked, scrolling through her own messages. Scheduled for Tuesday. Ethan glanced at her. You know we can skip the gala if necessary. I can call Eleanor and explain. Olivia shook her head. No need. We can manage both. Besides, it's important to her. Ethan studied her for a moment. You've grown fond of my grandmother-in-law, haven't you? She's sharp, opinionated, and refuses to suffer fools, Olivia replied with a smile. What's not to like? The gala passed in a blur of conversations, polite networking, and the practiced easy affection they'd perfected over months of public appearances. Despite their exhaustion, they played their parts flawlessly, even as their phones continuously buzzed with updates from the crisis team. It was nearly midnight when they finally returned to Ethan's penthouse, both too wired from the day's events to sleep despite their fatigue. Nightcap. Ethan offered, loosening his bow tie as they entered his spacious living room. Please, Olivia agreed, slipping off her heels with a sigh of relief. Something strong. She'd been to Ethan's home several times before, always for brief stops or to change between events, but had never stayed overnight. The space reflected its owner, elegant, understated, with an emphasis on comfort and quality rather than ostentatious display. Ethan returned from the kitchen with 2 tumblers of amber liquid. Single malt, he explained, handing one to her. Good for crisis management. I'll drink to that, Olivia said, taking a sip and appreciating the smoky warmth that spread through her chest. They settled onto opposite ends of the sofa, both instinctively checking their phones one last time before setting them aside. The Roosevelt will work, Ethan said, more a statement of determination than a question. It will, Olivia agreed. Though we'll be running on caffeine and pure stubborn will for the next 3 weeks. Wouldn't be the first time, he remarked, taking another sip of his drink. Though I've never had such capable support before. The compliment, delivered casually but sincerely, warmed Olivia more than the whiskey. We make a good team, she acknowledged. Professionally speaking. Professionally, Ethan echoed, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes. And otherwise. The comment hung between them, laden with implications neither seemed ready to address directly. I should check on the seating chart revisions, Olivia said, reaching for her laptop bag. At 1 in the morning? Ethan asked, amusement evident in his tone. No time like the present, she replied, attempting to stifle a yawn and failing spectacularly. Ethan chuckled, a deep, genuine sound that Olivia had come to treasure for its rarity. Even you need sleep occasionally. Fine, she conceded, setting the bag down again. But first thing tomorrow. First thing tomorrow, we'll drive to the Roosevelt and walk through the space together, Ethan finished for her. 7 a.m. I've already arranged it. Olivia nodded, unexpectedly touched by his foresight. This was the Ethan few people saw, the one who anticipated needs, who paid attention to details others might overlook, who worked tirelessly but never expected more from his team than he himself would give. You're full of surprises, Reynolds, she said softly. How so? He asked, genuine curiosity in his expression. You care more than you let people see, Olivia observed. About the company, the anniversary, the team. You pretend to be all business, but it's personal for you. Ethan was quiet for a moment, contemplating her words. The company is my family's legacy, he said finally. And the people who work for us, they matter. Their livelihoods, their pride in what we build together, it all matters. See? That right there, Olivia said, pointing at him. That passion. You hide it behind spreadsheets and strategic plans, but it's what drives you. A hint of vulnerability showed in his eyes, unusual for a man who maintained such careful control. Is that a criticism or a compliment? Definitely a compliment, Olivia assured him, then grinned. Though I'm not sure my sleep-deprived opinions should be trusted. Rising from the sofa, she gathered their empty glasses. Speaking of which, I should get some rest if we're starting at 7. Guest room is prepared, Ethan said, standing as well. Second door on the right. There should be fresh towels in the ensuite bathroom. They stood for a moment, close enough that Olivia could detect the faint scent of his cologne mixed with the whiskey they'd shared. In another context, with another man, this might have been the moment for a kiss, the natural conclusion to an evening of teamwork and mutual appreciation. But their relationship existed within carefully defined boundaries, artificial constructs that sometimes felt more like barriers than protection. Thank you, Olivia said simply, stepping back slightly. For everything today. No, Ethan replied, his voice low. Thank you. I couldn't have handled this alone. The sincerity in his eyes made something flutter in Olivia's chest, a sensation both alarming and exhilarating. Without allowing herself to overthink, she rose on tiptoe and pressed a quick, impulsive kiss to his cheek. Good night, Ethan, she said, turning toward the guest room before she could register his reaction. Behind her, she heard his soft response. Good night, Olivia. As she closed the door, Olivia leaned against it, heart racing inexplicably. What was happening to her? To them? The crisis had revealed something fundamental about their connection. A synchronicity that transcended both their professional collaboration and their pretend engagement. They worked seamlessly together, anticipating each other's thoughts, compensating for each other's weaknesses, amplifying each other's strengths. It was a partnership that felt increasingly real, increasingly valuable, and increasingly impossible to simply switch off when their 6-month arrangement concluded. And that realization was perhaps the biggest crisis of all. Chapter 13. The Roosevelt Hotel's soft opening for the 50th anniversary celebration was, by all accounts, a spectacular success. Despite the last-minute venue change and 3 weeks of frantic preparation, the event unfolded with an elegance that belied the chaos preceding it. You and Ethan performed a miracle, Richard Reynolds told Olivia as they watched the governor delivering remarks to the assembled guests. I've been in this business for 40 years, and I've never seen such an impressive save. It was a team effort, Olivia replied modestly, though pride warmed her at the compliment. The past 3 weeks had been the most challenging, and oddly the most exhilarating, of her professional life. Don't diminish your contribution, Richard admonished gently. Ethan told me it was your idea to use the Roosevelt. Bold thinking, exactly what this company needs. Across the ballroom, Ethan was deep in conversation with several board members. Even from a distance, Olivia could read his body language. The confident stance, the precise gestures, the occasional flash of his rare but transformative smile. He was in his element, simultaneously the gracious host and the capable leader. Speaking of my son, Richard continued, following Olivia's gaze, I've never seen him work so well with someone. You balance each other. The observation struck close to a truth Olivia had been increasingly unable to ignore. Over the past months, their professional partnership had evolved into something remarkable, an effortless synchronicity that made them more effective together than apart. We have complementary skills, she acknowledged, deliberately keeping her tone professional. Richard's knowing smile suggested he wasn't fooled. More than that, I think. But I won't embarrass you with fatherly observations. He patted her shoulder affectionately. I'm just pleased to see him with someone who understands both the man and the executive. As Richard moved away to greet other guests, Olivia took a moment to absorb the scene around her. The ballroom, hastily furnished but beautifully lit, hummed with the energy of 300 people celebrating a company milestone. Digital displays showcased the history of Reynolds Hotels, from Richard Sr.'s first property to their latest international expansion. At the center of it all stood a magnificent ice sculpture of the original Reynolds Hotel, illuminated from within by subtle blue lighting. It was everything they'd envisioned, despite the venue crisis. Perhaps even better for the challenge they'd overcome together. Champagne, Ms. Parker? A server appeared at her elbow with a tray of flutes. Thank you, Olivia said, accepting a glass. As she sipped the crisp, cold liquid, she spotted a familiar figure entering the ballroom, James Westbrook, Ethan's best friend from boarding school. James caught her eye and made his way through the crowd toward her. "The woman of the hour," he greeted, kissing her cheek. "Ethan tells me this entire event is essentially your triumph." "Hardly," Olivia demurred. "Is that what he's saying?" "In not so many words," James replied with a grin. "You know, Ethan, praise doesn't come easily. But when he mentioned that the venue change was your idea and that you'd worked around the clock to make it happen, well, from him, that's practically poetry." Something warm unfurled in Olivia's chest at the thought of Ethan praising her to his closest friend. Their professional respect for each other had never been in question, but there was something more personal in his sharing credit this way. "How's London?" she asked, changing the subject. James ran the European operations for his family's investment firm. "Cold, wet, and full of opportunity," he replied cheerfully. "I'm actually here for a few weeks, expanding our American footprint." "Ethan will be glad to have you around," Olivia commented. "And you?" James asked with a hint of challenge. "Will my presence be welcome, or will I be intruding on the lovebirds?" Olivia maintained her composure despite the slight jab. James had always seemed somewhat skeptical of their relationship, though whether from protective instinct toward Ethan or simple perceptiveness, she couldn't tell. "You're always welcome," she assured him. "Though fair warning, we're currently consumed with anniversary events. Not much time for socializing." "All work and no play," James said, shaking his head. "Some things never change with Ethan. At least he has you now to pull him away from his spreadsheets occasionally." Before Olivia could respond, a striking woman with sleek dark hair approached, her midnight blue gown accentuating a figure that turned heads throughout the room. "James," she purred, placing a manicured hand on his arm. "I thought that was you." James's expression flickered briefly before settling into a polite smile. "Sophia. Lovely to see you. I didn't realize you were on the guest list." "My firm handles investments for several board members," she explained smoothly before turning curious eyes to Olivia. "And you must be Ethan's fiancé, is it? I've heard so much about you." There was something in her tone, a subtle emphasis perhaps or a slight pause, that set Olivia's nerves on edge. "Olivia Parker," she confirmed, extending her hand. "And you are?" "Sophia Alvarez," the woman replied, her handshake firm but brief. "Ethan and I are old friends." The way she said friends carried undeniable implications. James shifted uncomfortably beside them. "Sophia was at Columbia with us," he explained to Olivia. "Business school." "Ethan and I were a bit more than classmates," Sophia added with a meaningful smile. "We had quite the intense relationship. Nearly 2 years, wasn't it, James?" "Something like that," James said noncommittally. Olivia maintained her composed expression despite the unexpected revelation. Ethan had mentioned previous relationships in passing, but never with specific names or details. Given their arrangement's temporary nature, discussing past lovers had seemed irrelevant. "How nice to meet a friend of Ethan's," she said diplomatically. Sophia laughed lightly. "Friend is such a vague term, don't you think? Ethan and I shared so much, ambitions, interests, a Manhattan apartment for most of our second year." Her eyes assessed Olivia with cool precision. "I was surprised to hear about your engagement. Ethan always said marriage would have to wait until he'd achieved certain professional milestones." The implication was clear. Olivia represented a deviation from Ethan's carefully planned life trajectory. The question was why. "People change," Olivia replied simply. "Priorities shift." "Indeed," Sophia agreed, though her skepticism was evident. "And some opportunities are too convenient to pass up." Before Olivia could respond to this thinly veiled insinuation, she felt a warm hand at the small of her back. Ethan had appeared beside her, his expression pleasant but his eyes sharp as they took in the tableau. "Sophia," he greeted, his tone cordial but distinctly cooler than his usual business voice. "I didn't realize you were attending tonight." "Last-minute invitation from Gerald Harrison," she explained. "I hope you don't mind." "Of course not," Ethan replied smoothly. "It's good to see you. I trust you've introduced yourself to my fiancé." "We were just getting acquainted," Sophia confirmed with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I was telling Olivia how surprising your engagement announcement was, given your previous positions on marriage and career timing. Ethan's hand pressed slightly more firmly against Olivia's back, a gesture of support or perhaps a warning to tread carefully. Sometimes the right person makes previous plans irrelevant, he said, looking down at Olivia with an expression of such genuine warmth that she momentarily forgot they were performing. How romantic, Sophia commented, something hard flickering in her eyes. And convenient that she happens to work for your company. Maintaining work-life balance must be so much easier when they're essentially the same thing. The barb was delivered with such polished grace that most people would have missed its sharpness, but Olivia felt Ethan tense beside her. Olivia's talent stands on its own, he replied, his voice even, as tonight's success clearly demonstrates. Of course, Sophia conceded with a dismissive wave. I'm sure her rapid rise has nothing to do with your relationship. James cleared his throat. I believe the governor is looking for you, Ethan, he said, a transparent attempt to defuse the growing tension. In a moment, Ethan replied, his gaze still locked with Sophia's. I wouldn't want to cut short this reunion. Sophia smiled, a practiced expression that showcased her perfect teeth without conveying any genuine pleasure. Don't let me keep you from your duties. I'm sure we'll have a chance to catch up properly soon. She turned to Olivia. And I'd love to get to know you better as well. Perhaps lunch next week? I could share all sorts of helpful insights about Ethan. That's very kind, Olivia replied, matching Sophia's artificial warmth. But between the anniversary events and wedding planning, my schedule is rather full. Wedding planning? Sophia repeated, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing her features. So you've set a date? Not officially, Ethan interjected smoothly. We're considering options. How exciting, Sophia said, recovering quickly. Well, don't let me keep you from your guests. I'm sure we'll talk again soon. As she glided away to join another group, James let out a low whistle. Well, that was uncomfortable. Sorry about that, Ethan said to Olivia, his expression troubled. Sophia can be territorial. Olivia suggested dryly. I was going to say difficult, Ethan replied with a hint of a smile. But your word is more accurate. I should check on the dessert service, James said tactfully. Catch up with you both later. Once he'd departed, Olivia turned to Ethan. 2 years? She asked quietly. That seems significant enough to have mentioned. It was a long time ago, Ethan replied, keeping his voice low. And frankly, not relevant to our arrangement. It becomes relevant when your ex-girlfriend shows up making thinly veiled suggestions that I'm using you for career advancement, Olivia pointed out, maintaining her smile for the benefit of any observers. Ethan sighed. You're right. I should have warned you she might be here. He guided Olivia toward a slightly less crowded corner of the room. Sophia and I dated during and after business school. It ended not well. She seems to think otherwise, Olivia observed. The way she was talking, I half expected her to announce she was waiting for you to come to your senses. A flicker of discomfort crossed Ethan's face. She might be. We've run into each other professionally over the years, and she's made it clear she considers our relationship unfinished business. And how do you see it? Olivia asked, surprised by the strength of her interest in his answer. Completely finished, Ethan said firmly. We wanted different things. I ended it when I realized she was more interested in the Reynolds name than in me. The simple statement echoed James's warning from months ago, that Ethan's reserve stemmed partly from being used for his family's position and wealth. I'm sorry, Olivia said softly. That must have been difficult to discover. Ethan looked surprised by her sympathy. It was a valuable lesson, he said after a moment. One that informed many of my subsequent choices. His gaze held hers, something unspoken passing between them, including our arrangement. Before Olivia could respond, they were interrupted by a board member eager to discuss the anniversary campaign's next phase. The moment passed, but Sophia's insinuations lingered in Olivia's mind throughout the remainder of the evening. Later, as they were preparing to leave, James appeared at Olivia's side while Ethan was engaged in conversation with the hotel manager. A word of advice, he said quietly. Be careful with him. Olivia blinked, taken aback by the sudden seriousness in James's usually light-hearted demeanor. Excuse me. Ethan, James clarified. He acts invulnerable, but he's not. Not when it comes to matters of the heart. I'm not sure what you're implying, Olivia said carefully. James studied her, his expression uncharacteristically solemn. I've known him since we were 14. I've seen exactly 2 women get past his defenses. Sophia was the first, and we both know how that ended. And the second? Olivia asked, though she suspected she knew the answer. Is standing right in front of me, James replied simply. Whatever is happening between you two, and I get the feeling it's more complicated than the society pages suggest, just don't hurt him. He wouldn't show it, but it would break something in him. The warning left Olivia speechless. Before she could formulate a response, James had moved away, leaving her with the uncomfortable realization that their carefully constructed facade might be more transparent than they'd imagined. And more troublingly, that the facade itself might be becoming less relevant than the genuine feelings developing behind it. On the drive home, Ethan was unusually quiet, his attention seemingly focused on the darkened streets outside the car window. Successful night, Olivia ventured, breaking the silence. The board seemed impressed with the Roosevelt solution. Thanks to you, Ethan acknowledged, turning to meet her gaze. Your idea, your execution. I was merely support staff. Hardly, Olivia protested. It was a true partnership. The word hung between them, laden with implications beyond their professional collaboration. About Sophia, Ethan said abruptly. I apologize again for her behavior. She's always been competitive. Is that what I am? Competition? Olivia asked, the question slipping out before she could censor it. Ethan's expression softened. No, he said firmly. You're nothing like Sophia. That's precisely why she feels threatened. The simple statement shouldn't have pleased Olivia as much as it did. Yet she couldn't deny the warm satisfaction that spread through her at his words, nor the unsettling realization that she had felt genuinely jealous watching Sophia reminisce about her history with Ethan. Jealousy had no place in their arrangement. It implied feelings, attachments, expectations, all explicitly excluded from their agreement. So why had seeing Sophia's hand on Ethan's arm, hearing her casual references to their shared past, affected her so strongly? And why, when Ethan had looked at her with such apparent devotion while countering Sophia's insinuations, had it felt so startlingly, confusingly real? Chapter 14. The London team just confirmed they're ready for the video link-up, Melissa reported, handing Olivia a final update sheet. Paris, Tokyo, and Sydney are already connected for the test run. Perfect, Olivia replied, scanning the document. And the governor's security detail? Arrived 10 minutes ago for the sweep. They say he's running on schedule. 5 months into their arrangement, and 4 months into the anniversary project, Olivia and Ethan had developed a well-oiled operational rhythm. Tonight represented the culmination of their efforts. A global simultaneous celebration connecting all 37 Reynolds Hotels properties through coordinated events and live video feeds. The Roosevelt Hotel, now officially open to the public, served as the North American hub. Its ballroom, hastily prepared for the kickoff event, had been transformed into a showcase of understated elegance for tonight's gala, with digital displays highlighting the company's 5 decades of growth and innovation. Communications check, Ethan called from across the room, where he was monitoring the technical setup. Can we get London on screen 3? A technician adjusted settings, and the face of the London property's general manager appeared on the massive display. Reading you loud and clear, Mr. Reynolds. Similar checks followed for the other international locations, each reporting ready status for the evening's coordinated celebration. As the technical team worked, Olivia surveyed the ballroom with a critical eye. Everything was perfect, from the lighting to the flower arrangements to the carefully curated historical displays. We did it, Ethan said quietly, appearing beside her. 50 years of Reynolds Hotels, celebrated across 5 continents simultaneously. We still have to get through the actual event, Olivia reminded him, though she couldn't suppress a smile of satisfaction. Anything could still go wrong. Always the optimist, Ethan teased, his eyes warm as they met hers. Over the months of working together, their professional relationship had developed an easy familiarity that sometimes made Olivia forget the artificial nature of their personal connection. "I prefer realist," she countered. "And speaking of reality, we should change for the event. Guests will start arriving in 90 minutes. Ethan checked his watch. "Meet you back here in an hour?" "Perfect," Olivia agreed. They had both brought their evening attire to the hotel, anticipating the long day of preparations. In the suite reserved for her use, Olivia took a rare moment of quiet to reflect on the past months. What had begun as a calculated business arrangement had evolved into something far more complex. She and Ethan had built something together. Not just this anniversary celebration, but a partnership that transcended their original agreement. Their professional collaboration had flourished, earning them respect throughout the company. Their public relationship had convinced even the most skeptical observers. And somewhere along the way, the line between performance and reality had blurred in ways neither of them had anticipated. Olivia's phone chimed with a text from Eleanor, "So proud of you both today. Charles and Richard Sr. would have been delighted to see the family legacy in such capable hands." The message triggered a pang of guilt. Eleanor had embraced her so completely, so sincerely. The thought of eventually revealing the truth about their arrangement, or worse, staging the planned amicable breakup, felt increasingly wrong. But what alternative existed? Their agreement had 1 month remaining. Ethan had secured his investor, who had been particularly impressed by the stable, family-oriented image Ethan now projected. Olivia had established herself professionally at Reynolds Hotels, her position secure regardless of her personal relationship with Ethan. The arrangement had achieved its stated objectives. All that remained was the predetermined conclusion. Pushing these troubling thoughts aside, Olivia focused on preparing for the evening. She styled her hair in an elegant updo, applied makeup that would photograph well under the event lighting, and finally slipped into her gown, a deep burgundy creation with delicate beading that caught the light as she moved. When she returned to the ballroom, the transformation was complete. Staff in impeccable uniforms moved efficiently through final preparations. The technical team had disappeared behind sleek panels, their equipment now invisible to guests. Soft music played through hidden speakers, creating an atmosphere of refined anticipation. "There you are," Ethan said, turning from a conversation with the catering manager. He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes taking in her appearance with undisguised appreciation. "You look stunning." "Thank you," Olivia replied, equally struck by his appearance in a perfectly tailored tuxedo. "You clean up rather well yourself." An assistant approached with urgent questions about the seating arrangement, pulling them back into professional mode. Yet throughout the final preparations, Olivia remained acutely aware of Ethan's presence. His calm authority as he directed staff, his thoughtful attention to details others might overlook, the occasional glances he cast her way when he thought she wasn't looking. "They're ready to open the doors," Melissa announced at precisely 7 o'clock. "First guests are arriving." Ethan moved to Olivia's side, offering his arm. "Shall we greet them together?" "Of course," she replied, slipping her hand into the crook of his elbow. The gesture was one they'd performed countless times for public appearances, yet tonight it felt different, more significant somehow. The evening unfolded flawlessly. Board members, investors, industry leaders, and government officials mingled beneath crystal chandeliers, sampling exquisite cuisine while admiring displays chronicling the company's history. At precisely 9 o'clock, the global video link-up activated, connecting celebrations across the world in a synchronized toast to 5 decades of hospitality excellence. Richard Reynolds delivered a moving speech about his father's vision, then surprised everyone by calling Ethan and Olivia to join him on the small stage. "The future of Reynolds Hotels stands before you," Richard announced to the assembled guests and the global audience watching via video feed. "My son Ethan has proven himself not just as a business leader but as a visionary who honors our past while boldly advancing into the future. And in Olivia, he has found both a personal partner and a professional complement whose creativity and determination have already left an indelible mark on our company." Olivia felt Ethan's hand tighten around hers as his father continued with unexpected emotion in his voice. "My father would be proud to see what they've built together. Not just this magnificent celebration, but a true partnership that promises to carry his legacy forward for another 50 years. The crowd applauded warmly. For a moment, Olivia allowed herself to imagine it was all real, that she and Ethan truly were building a future together, that their partnership extended beyond their current arrangement into the decades Richard envisioned. The fantasy was as comforting as it was dangerous. And now, Richard concluded, I invite my son to share a few words about the journey that has brought us to this moment. Ethan stepped forward, his expression composed but his eyes alight with an intensity Olivia had come to recognize as genuine passion for his family's legacy. He spoke eloquently about the company's history, its values, and its future direction. His voice carried throughout the ballroom, commanding attention without effort. None of this would have been possible, he said toward the end of his remarks, without the extraordinary team that supports our vision every day. And particularly, he added, turning to look directly at Olivia, without the insight, creativity, and unwavering determination of one person who transformed a potential crisis into our greatest opportunity. He extended his hand, inviting Olivia to join him at the microphone. Though public speaking had never intimidated her, she felt a strange flutter of nerves as she stepped forward. Olivia Parker joined Reynolds Hotels just 4 months ago, Ethan told the audience, pride evident in his voice. Within weeks, she had not only integrated seamlessly into our team but had fundamentally elevated our approach to this anniversary celebration. When we lost our original venue, it was Olivia who suggested using the still under construction Roosevelt Hotel, a bold solution that has ultimately become the highlight of our entire campaign. Murmurs of appreciation rippled through the crowd. Olivia caught sight of Eleanor in the front row, beaming with grandmotherly pride. Beside her sat James, his expression thoughtful as he observed the interaction between Ethan and Olivia. In business and in life, Ethan continued, his gaze returning to Olivia, finding the right partner changes everything. Someone who challenges you, complements your weaknesses with their strengths, and makes you better than you could ever be alone. His voice softened slightly, becoming more personal. I've been fortunate enough to find that partnership, and for that, I am profoundly grateful. The words hung in the air, resonating with a sincerity that transcended their practiced performance. For a suspended moment, as their eyes held, Olivia almost believed he meant every word, not as part of their arrangement, but as genuine sentiment. The illusion shattered when he turned back to the audience, seamlessly returning to his prepared remarks about the company's future initiatives. Yet the feeling lingered, a warmth in her chest that refused to fade even as the formal program concluded and they moved among the guests, accepting congratulations and fielding questions about upcoming anniversary events. Later, as the celebration began winding down, Olivia stepped onto the hotel's terrace for a moment of quiet. The night air was cool, a welcome respite from the warmth of the crowded ballroom. City lights sparkled below, creating a backdrop of twinkling constellations. Hiding from your admirers? Ethan's voice came from behind her. Just catching my breath, Olivia replied as he joined her at the stone balustrade. It's been quite a night. Indeed it has, he agreed, loosening his bow tie slightly. You were remarkable in there. Me? You're the one who gave the impressive speech. I merely stated facts, Ethan said, his expression serious in the dim light. You transformed this project, Olivia. Everyone knows it. We did it together, she insisted, uncomfortable with taking sole credit. True partnership, remember? A smile touched his lips. I remember. They stood in companionable silence for a moment, the distant sounds of the city creating a gentle backdrop to their thoughts. Did you mean what you said? Olivia asked suddenly, surprising herself with the question. About finding the right partner changing everything? Ethan turned to face her fully, his expression contemplative. Yes, he said simply. I did. But our partnership is temporary, Olivia reminded him, voicing the contradiction that had been troubling her throughout the evening. By design. The arrangement is temporary, Ethan acknowledged. But what we've built professionally. He paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. That doesn't have to end. You mean my position at Reynolds Hotels? Olivia clarified, though she suspected he meant more. That, certainly, Ethan agreed. But also our working relationship. We make an exceptional team, Olivia. That's valuable, regardless of our personal situation. The distinction between personal and professional felt suddenly artificial. A boundary they had established at the beginning of their arrangement that no longer reflected the complex reality of their connection. Do you ever wonder, Olivia began hesitantly, what might have happened if we'd met differently? Without the arrangement, without the pretense. Ethan was quiet for a long moment, his gaze returning to the city lights below. I've wondered, he admitted finally. More than I should perhaps. The confession hung between them, neither willing to explore its implications further. We should go back inside, Olivia said eventually. People will be looking for us. Always thinking of appearances, Ethan observed with a hint of something like regret in his voice. Isn't that the point? Olivia countered softly. The whole foundation of our arrangement? The foundation, yes, Ethan agreed. But foundations can support many different structures, some quite different from what was originally planned. Before Olivia could respond to this cryptic statement, the terrace door opened, and Melissa appeared. There you are, she said, slightly breathless. The governor is leaving and would like to say goodbye to you both. We'll be right there, Ethan assured her. As Melissa disappeared back inside, Ethan offered Olivia his arm once more. Duty calls, he said with a small smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Always does, Olivia replied, accepting his arm and trying to ignore the unsettling feeling that they had approached a crucial crossroads only to retreat at the last moment. As they re-entered the ballroom, seamlessly resuming their roles as the perfect couple, Olivia couldn't shake the sense that something fundamental had shifted between them, a silent acknowledgement that their arrangement had evolved into something neither had anticipated, something potentially more valuable and infinitely more complicated than their original agreement. The question was whether either of them would have the courage to acknowledge it before their self-imposed deadline arrived. Chapter 15. I need to see you both immediately, Melissa's urgent voice came through Olivia's office phone. It's about Eleanor. Olivia's stomach dropped. What's happened? She collapsed at her bridge club, Melissa explained, her normally composed tone frayed with concern. She's at Metropolitan Hospital. Mr. Reynolds is already on his way there. I'll go right now, Olivia said, already reaching for her purse. Tell Ethan I'm on my way. The taxi ride to the hospital felt interminable. Though she'd known Eleanor for only 6 months, Olivia had grown genuinely fond of the formidable older woman. Their weekly teas had become a highlight of Olivia's schedule, occasions for conversation that ranged from company gossip to philosophical debates about justice and society. Eleanor had become more than just her fake fiancé's grandmother. She was a mentor, a confidant, and in many ways, the family connection Olivia had missed since her own parents moved abroad. At the hospital, Olivia found Ethan in the waiting room, his usual composed demeanor strained with worry. He rose when he saw her, relief evident in his expression. How is she? Olivia asked immediately. Stable, Ethan replied, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. They think it was a minor stroke. She's awake and arguing with the nurses, which the doctor says is a good sign. That sounds like Eleanor, Olivia said with a small smile. Can we see her? In a few minutes. They're running some final tests. They sat together in the sterile waiting room, the plastic chairs a stark contrast to the elegant surroundings they typically shared. Ethan's phone buzzed constantly with messages from his father and sister, both rushing back from out-of-town commitments. She asked for you, Ethan said after a period of silence. Specifically. Olivia looked up, surprised. Me? Not Richard or Madeline. You, Ethan confirmed. She was quite insistent. Before Olivia could process this information, a nurse appeared. Ms. Parker? Mrs. Parker is asking for you. Ethan rose to accompany her, but the nurse shook her head. Just Ms. Parker for now. The patient was very specific. With a questioning glance at Ethan, who nodded encouragingly, Olivia followed the nurse to Eleanor's room. Despite the hospital bed and monitoring equipment, Eleanor Parker remained an imposing presence. Her silver hair was uncharacteristically disheveled, and her complexion paler than usual, but her sharp eyes tracked Olivia's entrance with familiar acuity. There you are, she said, her voice slightly raspy but strong. Close the door, please. Olivia complied, then moved to the bedside. You gave us quite a scare, she said, taking Eleanor's hand. How are you feeling? Like I'm surrounded by overreacting medical professionals, Eleanor replied dryly. It was a minor episode. Hardly worth all this fuss. The doctors seem to think otherwise, Olivia pointed out gently. Eleanor waved her free hand dismissively. Doctors are paid to be cautious. I'm fine. Her expression grew more serious. But this little health hiccup has clarified certain priorities. Which is why I needed to speak with you alone. Something in her tone put Olivia on alert. What is it, Eleanor? The older woman studied her for a long moment. When are you and Ethan planning to set a wedding date? The question caught Olivia off guard. We haven't decided yet. With the anniversary project and nothing, Eleanor interrupted firmly. Life is short and unpredictable, as today has so inconveniently reminded me. I'd like to see my grandson married to the woman he loves before I shuffle off this mortal coil. Guilt washed over Olivia in a cold wave. Their deception, which had seemed relatively harmless in the beginning, now felt cruel in the face of Eleanor's health scare. Eleanor, I know, the older woman said simply. Olivia froze. Know what? About your arrangement, Eleanor clarified, her eyes sharp despite her weakened state. The 6-month fake engagement. The business reasons. All of it. Shock rendered Olivia momentarily speechless. How could Eleanor possibly know? Don't look so surprised, dear, Eleanor continued, a hint of amusement in her voice. I was a judge for 30 years. I can spot a carefully constructed story when I hear one. How long have you known? Olivia managed to ask. From the beginning, more or less, Eleanor admitted. Though I wasn't entirely certain until I saw you together at the engagement party. You were both too perfect, too rehearsed. Real couples have rough edges, inconsistencies. Does Richard know? Olivia asked, mortified at the thought of Ethan's father also seeing through their charade. I doubt it, Eleanor replied. Richard sees what he wants to see. And he very much wants to see his son happily settled. Olivia sank into the chair beside the bed, overwhelmed by this revelation. I'm so sorry, Eleanor. We never meant to deceive me. Eleanor finished for her. Of course you did. That was the entire point. Her expression softened slightly. But intentions and outcomes don't always align, do they? What do you mean? Eleanor leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping conspiratorially. I mean that somewhere along the way, this performance of yours became something real. I've been watching you both. The way you look at each other when you think no one is paying attention. The way you anticipate each other's needs. The genuine respect and affection that no amount of acting could fake. Olivia felt heat rise to her cheeks. Had they been so transparent? It's complicated, she said finally. Only because you're making it so, Eleanor countered. Which brings me to the reason I asked to speak with you privately. She straightened, assuming the authoritative posture that had likely intimidated countless lawyers in her courtroom. I want you to end this charade. End it. Olivia repeated, confused. You mean announce the breakup early? No, Eleanor said firmly. I mean end the pretense. Either walk away completely, no fake relationship, no real one, or admit your actual feelings to each other and make this engagement genuine. That's not what we agreed to, Olivia stammered, thrown by the directness of Eleanor's ultimatum. Agreements can be renegotiated when circumstances change, Eleanor pointed out pragmatically. And circumstances have definitely changed, haven't they? The question hung between them, demanding honesty Olivia had barely admitted to herself. Had circumstances changed? Or more accurately, had feelings changed, evolved from professional respect to something deeper, more personal? I don't know what Ethan wants, Olivia said finally. Have you asked him? Eleanor countered. It's not that simple. It rarely is, Eleanor agreed. But continuing this charade while harboring genuine feelings is a recipe for heartbreak. Trust me on this. A shadow crossed her features. I've seen it before. With Ethan? Olivia asked, suddenly curious. Eleanor shook her head. With myself. She settled back against her pillows, looking suddenly tired. Did you know I was engaged once before I met Charles? No, Olivia admitted, surprised by this revelation. His name was Robert Wilson. Brilliant legal mind, charismatic speaker. We met during law school, one of only 4 women in our class, so I caught his attention. A nostalgic smile touched Eleanor's lips. We had a passionate relationship, intellectually and otherwise. But when he proposed, I hesitated. My career was just beginning, and marriage seemed like a potential limitation. What happened? Olivia asked, drawn into the unexpected story. We agreed to a long engagement, 2 years, while we both established ourselves professionally. It seemed sensible. Eleanor's expression grew distant. But it was all a charade of a different sort. I was using time as a buffer against commitment, and he was using the engagement to keep me connected while he explored other options. He cheated on you, Olivia guessed. With my supposed best friend, Eleanor confirmed. A cliché, but painful nonetheless. When I confronted him, do you know what he said? That he never thought I was serious about marrying him, given my constant delays and career focus. That our engagement had felt like a convenient arrangement rather than a true commitment. The parallel to her situation with Ethan was uncomfortably clear. I'm sorry, Eleanor. Don't be, the older woman said briskly. If I'd married Robert, I'd never have met Charles. And that would have been the true tragedy. Her gaze sharpened again. The point is, I recognized the signs in you and Ethan because I've lived them. The careful avoidance of discussing the future. The passionate focus on work as a distraction from emotional entanglement. The fear of vulnerability disguised as practicality. Olivia shifted uncomfortably under Eleanor's perceptive analysis. Even if you're right about my feelings, there's no guarantee Ethan shares them. Oh, for heaven's sake, Eleanor exclaimed, her judicial impatience breaking through. That boy looks at you like you hung the moon and stars. He's been half in love with you since that ridiculous incident at the Bellevue bar. Olivia blinked in surprise. He told you about that? Of course he did, Eleanor replied with a dismissive wave. We have weekly lunches. He talks about you constantly, though I doubt he realizes quite how much. The idea that Ethan discussed her with his grandmother, discussed her favorably, even, sent an unexpected flutter through Olivia's chest. So here's my ultimatum, Eleanor continued, her tone brooking no argument. Either end this charade entirely or make it real. No more pretending. No more convenient arrangement. It's time for honesty, with each other and with yourselves. And if we choose to end it? Olivia asked, though the very thought created a hollow feeling in her stomach. Then you both move on, wiser for the experience, Eleanor said simply. But at least you'll have been honest. Living a lie, even a well-intentioned one, corrodes the soul, Olivia. Trust me on this. Before Olivia could respond, a nurse entered to check Eleanor's vital signs. Time for your medication, Mrs. Parker, she announced cheerfully. And then rest. We'll continue this conversation later, Eleanor told Olivia as the nurse bustled around the bed. But don't take too long to decide. As today has so inconveniently demonstrated, time isn't guaranteed to any of us. In the hallway outside Eleanor's room, Olivia leaned against the wall, processing the unexpected conversation. Eleanor knew. Had known all along. And now she was demanding resolution. An end to the charade, one way or another. Olivia. Ethan's voice broke through her thoughts. He approached from the waiting area, concern evident in his expression. How is she? What did she want to discuss? Looking at him, this man who had begun as a business partner, evolved into a trusted colleague, and somehow become essential to her happiness, Olivia made a decision. We need to talk, she said quietly. But not here. Not now. Ethan studied her face, clearly sensing the gravity of her tone. All right, he agreed. When? Tonight, Olivia decided. After we know Eleanor is stable and your family has arrived. He nodded, accepting her timeline without pressing for details. It was one of the countless small ways he showed respect for her boundaries, her process, one of the countless reasons she had fallen for him despite their carefully constructed agreement. Because Eleanor was right. Somewhere along the way, their arrangement had become something else entirely. The question now was whether Ethan felt the same, and what they would do about it if he did. As they walked together toward Eleanor's room, Olivia felt simultaneously terrified and relieved. The time for pretense was ending. Whatever came next, whether the conclusion of their arrangement or the beginning of something genuine, at least it would be honest. And after months of carefully maintained fiction, the prospect of truth was both exhilarating and terrifying. Chapter 16. Eleanor's condition stabilized by evening, with doctors confirming a mild stroke that had thankfully caused no permanent damage. Richard and Madeline had arrived, bringing with them Charlotte, who had insisted on joining despite having exams the following week. With Eleanor surrounded by family and resting comfortably, Ethan and Olivia finally left the hospital shortly after 9. "My place," Ethan suggested as they stepped into the cool night air. "It's closer." Olivia nodded, grateful for the practical suggestion. After the emotional intensity of the day, even small decisions felt overwhelming. The drive passed in silence, each lost in thought. Olivia rehearsed various approaches to the conversation ahead, discarding each as insufficient. How did one transition from "this is a business arrangement" to "I think I'm falling in love with you," without sounding either calculating or naive? Ethan's penthouse felt like familiar territory now. Olivia had been there countless times over the past 6 months, for business meetings, to prepare for events, even staying overnight in the guest room after particularly late functions. Yet tonight, the space felt charged with new significance. "Tea," Ethan offered, removing his suit jacket and loosening his tie in a gesture that spoke of both physical and emotional exhaustion. "Please," Olivia replied, slipping off her heels and curling into a corner of the sofa. The domestic familiarity of the moment struck her. How naturally they'd fallen into these small rituals, these unspoken accommodations to each other's preferences and habits. When Ethan returned with 2 steaming mugs, he placed hers on the coffee table and took a seat opposite her, maintaining a careful distance that spoke volumes about his awareness that something significant had shifted. "What did Eleanor say to you?" he asked directly, never one to circle around difficult topics. Olivia wrapped her hands around the warm mug, drawing comfort from its solidity. "She knows, Ethan. About our arrangement. She's known all along." Surprise flickered across his features, followed by understanding. "That explains a few comments she's made recently. I thought she was just being cryptic, as usual." "She gave me an ultimatum," Olivia continued, watching his reaction carefully. "Either we end the charade completely or we make it real." Ethan went very still, his expression unreadable. "I see." The non-committal response wasn't what Olivia had hoped for, though what exactly she had hoped for remained unclear even to herself. "Our 6-month agreement is nearly complete anyway," she pointed out, retreating to the safety of their original terms. "The investor is secured. Your board is satisfied with your stability. My position at Reynolds is established. We've accomplished what we set out to do." "We have," Ethan agreed, his tone neutral. "So perhaps this is the natural conclusion," Olivia suggested, though the words felt hollow even as she spoke them. "We announce an amicable parting, just as we planned. Everyone moves on." Ethan was quiet for a long moment, studying the contents of his mug as if they contained some essential truth. When he finally looked up, something had changed in his expression, a vulnerability rarely glimpsed beneath his composed exterior. "Is that what you want?" he asked softly. The directness of the question caught Olivia off guard. I'm not sure what I want anymore," she admitted. "When we started this, the boundaries seemed so clear. Now they're not," Ethan finished for her. "No," she agreed. "They're not." A knock at the door interrupted the charged moment. Ethan rose, frowning slightly at the unexpected intrusion. When he opened the door, James stood in the hallway, his expression grim. "Sorry to barge in," he said, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. "But we have a situation." "What kind of situation?" Ethan asked, immediately alert. Covington, James replied, naming the investor whose concerns about Ethan's stability had prompted their arrangement in the first place. He's heard rumors that your engagement might not be genuine. Olivia felt the blood drain from her face. How is that possible? James ran a hand through his hair, a gesture remarkably similar to Ethan's when stressed. Sofia Alvarez, he said grimly. She ran into Victoria, yes, that Victoria, at some charity function last week. Apparently, they compared notes about both of you and found the timeline suspicious. Sofia, Ethan repeated, his tone hardening. I should have known. She contacted Covington directly, James continued. Suggested he might want to reconsider his investment given what she called questionable personal integrity on your part. Ethan's expression darkened further. Covington values authenticity above all else. If he believes we've been deliberately misleading him, the deal could collapse, James confirmed. Along with the expansion plans that depend on his capital. The London property, Ethan said, comprehension dawning in his eyes. The entire European expansion. Olivia watched the implications ripple across his features. Not concern for himself, but for the company, the employees, the family legacy that would all be affected by Covington's withdrawal. I need to contact him immediately, Ethan decided, already reaching for his phone. Explain the situation, offer complete transparency. And say what exactly? James challenged. That yes, you've been lying about your personal life to secure his investment, but he should trust you anyway? Ethan hesitated, the impossible position becoming clear. To admit the deception would confirm Covington's worst fears about his character. To continue the lie would only delay the inevitable discovery of truth. There's another option, Olivia said quietly, both men turning to look at her. We could get married. The words hung in the air, stunning in their simplicity and their implications. Olivia. Ethan began, his expression complex. Think about it, she pressed on. A genuine marriage would resolve the immediate issue with Covington. It would fulfill our family's wishes. It would. She hesitated, then committed to complete honesty. It would give us time to figure out what's real between us, without the artificial deadline of our arrangement. You'd do that? Ethan asked, disbelief evident in his voice. Legally bind yourself to me to save a business deal? Not just a business deal, Olivia corrected. Your company's future. Your family's legacy. And... She took a deep breath, not just for those reasons either. James, sensing the deeply personal turn in the conversation, backed toward the door. I should leave you two to discuss this privately, he said. But Ethan, Covington is expecting your call by morning. Hong Kong time. After James departed, silence filled the apartment. Ethan remained standing, his posture rigid with tension, while Olivia sat motionless on the sofa, scarcely believing what she had just proposed. You can't marry me to solve a business problem, Ethan said finally. That's not why I suggested it, Olivia replied, rising to face him directly. Or at least, not the only reason. Then why? He challenged, his voice low and intense. The moment of truth had arrived, unavoidable and terrifying. Olivia gathered her courage, knowing that once spoken, these words could never be retracted. Because somewhere between that impulsive kiss at the Bellevue and tonight, I've developed real feelings for you, she admitted, her voice steady despite her racing heart. Feelings that go far beyond our arrangement, beyond our professional partnership, beyond anything I anticipated when we started this. Ethan's expression shifted, shock giving way to something more complex, more vulnerable. Olivia. You don't have to reciprocate, she interrupted quickly. I understand if you don't feel the same. But I couldn't continue this conversation, make this decision, without being completely honest about where I stand. Are you finished? He asked, a hint of something like amusement warming his voice. Yes, Olivia replied, confused by his response. Good, Ethan said, closing the distance between them in 2 strides. Because I'd like to be honest about where I stand as well. Before she could process his meaning, his hands cradled her face with unexpected gentleness, and his lips met hers in a kiss unlike any they had shared for show. This was private, meant for no audience but themselves, tender and questioning at first, then deepening as she responded. When they finally parted, breathless and slightly stunned, Ethan kept her close, his forehead resting against hers. "I've been falling for you since that first ridiculous kiss," he confessed quietly. "Fighting it every step of the way because of our agreement, because I thought you saw this only as a business arrangement." "I did," Olivia admitted. "At first." "What changed?" he asked, genuine curiosity in his voice. "Everything," she replied simply. "Working together. Seeing the man behind the executive facade. Watching you with your family. The way you handled the venue crisis, Mark's reappearance, every challenge we faced." She smiled slightly. "It wasn't one moment, but hundreds of small ones that gradually made you essential." "Essential," Ethan repeated, seeming to savor the word. "I like that." His arms encircled her waist, holding her securely but not confining her. In his embrace, Olivia felt both protected and free. A paradox that somehow perfectly encapsulated their relationship. "But," he continued, his expression growing serious, "I won't let you marry me for Covington's investment or my family's expectations. When we take that step, it will be because we both want it for us alone." "Then what do we do about Covington?" Olivia asked, practical concerns reasserting themselves despite the emotional breakthrough they'd just experienced. Ethan considered this, his analytical mind engaging with the problem. "I'll tell him the truth," he decided. "Not about the arrangement, but about us. That our relationship has evolved in ways neither of us anticipated, that we're taking our time with wedding plans because we want to be certain, not because we're hesitant." "A version of the truth," Olivia observed. "The most important parts of it," Ethan clarified. "That what exists between us now is genuine, whatever label we put on it." The solution was elegant in its simplicity. Neither a continuation of their deception nor a complete abandonment of the relationship they had built. "And us?" Olivia asked, the question encompassing all the uncertainty of their new territory. "Where do we go from here?" "Forward," Ethan replied simply. "At whatever pace feels right. No more artificial timelines, no more performance for others' benefit. Just us, figuring out what we want together." The promise of genuine exploration, without predetermined endpoints or contractual obligations, filled Olivia with unexpected lightness. "I'd like that," she said softly. Ethan's smile, the rare, unguarded one that transformed his features, bloomed in response. "So would I." He leaned down to kiss her again, and this time there was no hesitation, no questioning on either side. This was a seal on their new understanding, their mutual decision to step beyond the boundaries of their original arrangement into something undefined but infinitely more valuable. When they parted, Ethan kept her hand in his, a physical connection that mirrored their emotional one. "I should call Covington," he said reluctantly. "It's the middle of the night in Hong Kong," Olivia pointed out. "Early morning," Ethan corrected. "And he'll be awake. The man sleeps 4 hours a night maximum." "Then make your call," Olivia conceded. "I'll wait." As Ethan moved toward his office, he paused in the doorway. "Olivia," he said, his expression unexpectedly vulnerable. "Thank you." "For what?" she asked, curious. "For being brave enough to speak the truth first," he replied simply. "I might have maintained our careful fiction indefinitely, too afraid of losing what we had to risk asking for more." The admission, so contrary to his confident public persona, touched Olivia deeply. "Well," she said lightly, though her eyes conveyed the depth of her feeling, "I did assault you with a kiss the first time we met. Boldness is apparently my specialty." Ethan's laugh, warm and genuine, followed her as she settled back onto the sofa, waiting for him to complete his call. Whatever came next, whether smooth sailing or rough waters, they would navigate it together, no longer bound by a contractual arrangement but by something far more enduring, a choice freely made to build something real from what had begun as pretense. And in that choice lay a freedom neither had anticipated when they first agreed to their elaborate charade. Chapter 17. "I still can't believe we're actually doing this," Olivia whispered to Ethan as they greeted guests entering the private dining room at the Roosevelt Hotel. "It feels surreal." "Having second thoughts?" Ethan asked, a flicker of concern crossing his features. Not about you, Olivia assured him, squeezing his hand. Just about all of this. She gestured subtly at the elaborate setup around them, the tasteful floral arrangements, the personalized place settings, the string quartet playing softly in the corner. What had begun as a simple rehearsal dinner for their wedding tomorrow had expanded, under Eleanor and Richard's enthusiastic guidance, into an elegant affair for 60 of their closest friends and family. 6 months after their decision to pursue a real relationship, to transform their arrangement into something genuine, they were now 24 hours away from making it official. The journey hadn't been entirely smooth, but it had been honest, which made even the difficult moments meaningful in ways their previous performance had never been. Too late to elope? Ethan suggested with a hint of mischief in his eyes. Eleanor would hunt us down, Olivia replied, laughing softly. Besides, after everything, don't we deserve a proper celebration? We deserve whatever makes you happy, Ethan said, his gaze softening as it often did when they were alone, or as alone as they could be while hosting dozens of guests. Eleanor approached, looking remarkably robust for someone who had experienced a health scare only months earlier. Stop monopolizing each other, she chided affectionately. You have the rest of your lives for that. Tonight is for your guests. Yes, Your Honor, Ethan replied with a mock bow that earned him a swat on the arm from his grandmother. As Eleanor led Ethan away to greet some distant cousins, Olivia found herself momentarily alone, allowing her to observe the gathering from a slight distance. How different this was from the engagement party nearly a year ago. Not in the external trappings, which were similarly elegant, but in the underlying reality. Then, every smile, every touch, every affectionate glance had been calculated for public consumption. Now, though they still presented a united front to the world, the emotions behind their performance were genuine. He looks happy, Richard Reynolds said, appearing beside Olivia with 2 champagne flutes. He offered her one, his expression thoughtful as he watched his son across the room. Truly happy, not just professionally satisfied. That's rarer than you might think for a Reynolds man. He deserves to be happy, Olivia replied, accepting the champagne. You all do. Richard's eyes crinkled with warmth. You know, when we first encouraged this match, I had practical considerations in mind, family connections, compatible backgrounds, shared values. I never anticipated. He paused, searching for the right words, the transformation I've witnessed in both of you. Guilt flickered briefly in Olivia's chest. Though she and Ethan had been honest about their relationship for the past 6 months, they had never revealed the calculated nature of its beginning. Some secrets, they'd decided, were better kept, not to maintain a deception, but to protect those who had inadvertently participated in it. Ethan challenges me, Olivia said truthfully. Makes me better than I would be alone. I hope I do the same for him. You do, Richard assured her. More than you know. His expression grew more serious. May I share something with you? A bit of Reynolds' family history that might interest you on the eve of joining our clan officially. Of course, Olivia replied, curious. Richard guided her to a quiet corner, his manner becoming more reflective. Did you know that my marriage to Catherine was arranged? Surprise must have shown on Olivia's face, because Richard chuckled. Not in the traditional sense perhaps, but certainly orchestrated. Our families moved in the same circles, and when we reached a suitable age, we were consistently seated together at events, invited to the same gatherings, encouraged toward one another in 100 subtle ways. I had no idea, Olivia admitted, fascinated by this glimpse into Ethan's family history. We were compatible on paper, Richard continued. Similar backgrounds, complementary temperaments. I was in line to take over the family business. She was educated in the social graces expected of a corporate wife in that era. It was all very logical, very proper. A smile softened his features. And completely irrelevant to what actually happened. Which was? Olivia prompted when he paused. We fell madly, inconveniently in love, Richard said simply. Not according to anyone's timeline but our own. Not because of our family's machinations, but despite them. He sipped his champagne, eyes distant with memory. We pretended to go along with the arrangement to keep our parents happy, all while secretly meeting in city parks and quiet cafes, building something entirely our own. The parallel to her own journey with Ethan was startlingly similar, though in reverse. They had begun with the arrangement and discovered genuine feeling along the way. "Why are you telling me this now?" Olivia asked. Richard's expression grew more serious. "Because I want you to know that in this family, we understand that real connections rarely follow predictable paths. What matters isn't how you begin, but the truth you build together." His gaze met hers directly. "And I believe you and Ethan have built something true, whatever route brought you here." The implicit absolution for their initial deception, whether Richard fully understood it or not, touched Olivia deeply. "Thank you," she said softly. "That means more than you know." "Now," Richard said, his tone lightening, "I should return you to the festivities before Eleanor accuses me of monopolizing the bride." As Richard moved away, Olivia caught Ethan watching her from across the room, a question in his eyes. She smiled reassuringly, a private communication that needed no words. The evening progressed smoothly, with excellent food, warm toasts, and the comfortable mingling of two families increasingly connected beyond just the couple at the center of the celebration. Zoe had bonded with Charlotte over their shared irreverence, while Eleanor and Olivia's parents, who had flown in from their retirement in Portugal, found common ground in their legal backgrounds. After the main course, Ethan rose to address the gathering, glass in hand. "Before dessert, I wanted to thank everyone for being here tonight," he began, his natural authority drawing the room's attention effortlessly. "Tomorrow we make official what many of you have known for some time, that Olivia and I belong together." Murmurs of agreement and affection rippled through the assembled guests. "Our path hasn't always been straightforward," Ethan continued, his eyes finding Olivia's with a warmth that still made her heart skip. "But I believe the best journeys rarely are." James raised his glass in mock salute. "Particularly when they begin with assault by kissing in hotel bars," he called out, earning laughter from those who knew the story of their first meeting. "Since my best man insists on bringing that up," Ethan said dryly, "yes, our first encounter was unconventional. But from that impulsive moment came the most important relationship of my life." His gaze held Olivia's, and for a moment, the room around them seemed to fade, leaving only the connection between them, honest and imperfect and infinitely precious. The moment was interrupted by the dining room doors swinging open with unexpected force. Conversations faltered as all eyes turned toward the intrusion. Victoria, Mark's true love from the hotel confrontation that had started everything, stood swaying slightly in the doorway, her expression a troubling mix of distress and determination. "Sorry to crash the party," she announced, her voice carrying easily in the suddenly silent room. "But I think the bride-to-be should know what she's really getting into." Ethan moved immediately to Olivia's side, his posture protective but not possessive. "Victoria, isn't it?" he said calmly. "I think you've had too much to drink. Perhaps we should call you a car." "Don't patronize me," Victoria snapped, her carefully applied makeup unable to disguise her reddened eyes. "This isn't about me. It's about him." She pointed dramatically past Ethan to where Mark had been sitting quietly with mutual friends from the Laurel. "He's done it again. Cheated. This time on me. With his assistant." She laughed bitterly. "At least you traded up, Olivia. I clearly didn't." The room had gone completely still, the collective discomfort almost palpable. Mark remained frozen in his seat, his expression a mixture of embarrassment and anger. "Victoria," Olivia said gently, stepping forward. "I'm sorry about Mark. Truly. But this isn't the place." "Oh, I know," Victoria interrupted. "Believe me, I know this is inappropriate. Humiliating, even. But you know what else is humiliating? Finding lingerie receipts for items you never received. Or discovering hotel charges in the city where you both live." Her voice cracked slightly. "Or realizing the person you sacrificed another relationship for, destroyed someone else's life for, never actually valued you at all." The raw pain in her voice struck a chord of empathy in Olivia. Despite the discomfort Victoria's appearance caused, her suffering was genuine and recognizable. "Let me help you," Olivia offered, stepping closer. "We can talk privately, or I can have someone take you home." Victoria stared at her in evident confusion. "Why would you help me? After what I did, helping Mark deceive you? Because I've been where you are, Olivia said simply. And because I'm genuinely grateful for what happened. If Mark hadn't chosen you that day, I might never have met Ethan. She glanced back at her fiancé, who watched her with a pride that warmed her from within. Sometimes the worst moments lead to the best beginnings. Victoria's composure crumbled further at this unexpected kindness. I don't deserve your help, she said, her voice smaller now. Maybe not, Olivia acknowledged. But you're getting it anyway. She signaled to Melissa, who had become not just Ethan's assistant but a friend to them both over the past year. With quiet efficiency, Melissa guided Victoria from the room, murmuring something about arranging a car service. As the doors closed behind them, the room remained uncomfortably silent. Mark stood, his expression a mixture of defiance and embarrassment. I should go, he announced to no one in particular. That would be best, Ethan agreed, his tone neutral but firm. After Mark's departure, Richard rose, ever the gracious host. Well, he said with deliberate lightness, I believe dessert is ready. And perhaps an extra round of champagne to toast the remarkable woman my son has had the good sense to choose. Gradually, the tension dissipated as conversations resumed and the service continued. Ethan drew Olivia slightly away from the main table, his expression concerned. Are you all right? He asked quietly. Surprisingly, yes, Olivia replied honestly. A year ago, that scene would have mortified me. Now it just makes me sad for her. You were kind when you had no obligation to be, Ethan observed, a hint of wonder in his voice. That's who you are. Who we are, Olivia corrected, taking his hand. I've learned a few things about compassion from you too, you know. Ethan raised an eyebrow skeptically. I'm not exactly known for my warm and fuzzy approach to life's problems. Maybe not publicly, Olivia acknowledged. But I've seen how you treat people when no one's watching. Employees facing personal difficulties, your family, even strangers having a bad day. You just hide it better than most. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Careful. You'll ruin my ruthless reputation. Your secret is safe with me, Olivia promised, leaning up to kiss his cheek. Now, shall we rejoin our guests? I believe your father ordered extra champagne, and it would be a shame to waste it. As they returned to the main table, Olivia caught Eleanor watching them with evident satisfaction. The older woman raised her glass in a private toast, her expression carrying a clear message. This was what she had hoped for all along. Not just a socially advantageous match, but a genuine partnership built on mutual respect and affection. Later, as the evening wound down and guests began to depart, James pulled Ethan aside for what appeared to be a serious conversation. Olivia watched from a distance as Ethan's expression shifted from surprise to thoughtful consideration. What was that about? She asked when Ethan rejoined her. James has been offered the position of heading up our new London office, Ethan explained. He wanted to discuss it before giving his final answer. London. Olivia repeated, surprised. That's a huge opportunity. But wouldn't it mean leaving his family's firm? Exactly, Ethan confirmed. It's a significant change for him. But he seems ready for it. Something in his tone caught Olivia's attention. There's more to this story, she observed. Ethan hesitated, then nodded. The London position was originally created with me in mind. My father offered it to me 6 months ago, before our arrangement shifted. You never mentioned that, Olivia said, startled by the revelation. It would have been a major promotion, wouldn't it? It would, Ethan acknowledged. But it would also have meant relocating. At the time, we were just beginning to explore what might exist between us beyond our original agreement. I wasn't willing to introduce that complication. The implications of his choice, to prioritize their developing relationship over a significant career advancement, were profound. Ethan, who had always placed professional achievement at the center of his life, had set aside an opportunity without even bringing it up for discussion. You should have told me, Olivia said softly. Perhaps, Ethan conceded. But I wanted whatever developed between us to do so organically, without external pressures or complications. The London opportunity will still be there in the future, if we decide it's something we want to pursue together. Together, Olivia repeated, the word encompassing so much of what had changed in their relationship. No longer two individuals pursuing parallel goals under the guise of a shared path, but true partners navigating life's decisions as a unit. As the last guests departed, Ethan and Olivia found themselves alone in the now quiet dining room, the remains of the celebration around them. Empty glasses, discarded napkins, fading flower arrangements. 24 hours from now, you'll be Mrs. Reynolds, Ethan observed, pulling her into his arms. Having second thoughts after tonight's drama? Not even close, Olivia assured him, relaxing into his embrace. Though I am thinking about our journey, how we started with a business arrangement and ended up here, planning a real future together. I prefer to think of it as beginning here, Ethan corrected gently. Everything before was just prologue. A necessary prologue, Olivia pointed out. Without it, we might never have found our way to this moment. True, Ethan acknowledged. Though I like to think we would have found each other somehow. Some paths are just meant to converge, however circuitous the route. The sentiment was uncharacteristically romantic coming from practical, analytical Ethan. But then, so much about their relationship had defied expectations, including their own. Well, Olivia said, smiling up at him, I suppose we'll never know for certain. But I'm rather fond of our story, unconventional as it is. As am I, Ethan agreed, bending to kiss her softly. Now, tradition dictates we spend tonight apart, so I should take you home. Tradition? Olivia teased. Since when do you care about tradition? Since I discovered it heightens anticipation, Ethan replied with a hint of mischief in his eyes. Besides, my mother would never forgive me if I broke this particular custom. As they left the hotel, hand in hand under a canopy of stars, Olivia reflected on the extraordinary path that had led them here. From an impulsive kiss born of heartbreak and pride, through a calculated arrangement designed to benefit them both professionally, to this moment of genuine commitment on the eve of their wedding. It wasn't the love story either of them would have written for themselves. But perhaps the best stories were never planned. They simply unfolded, page by unexpected page, revealing a narrative more complex and satisfying than anything that could have been deliberately crafted. And tomorrow, they would begin a new chapter together. One without scripts or contracts or predetermined endpoints. Just two people who had discovered, in the most unlikely of circumstances, that what began as pretense had somehow become the most authentic part of their lives. Chapter 18. Morning light filtered through the curtains of Olivia's apartment, her last morning waking up here. After today, she would officially move into Ethan's penthouse, which they had spent weeks subtly transforming from his space to theirs. Small changes that represented their larger journey, her books intermingling with his on the shelves, art she had chosen hanging beside his family photographs, her favorite throw blanket draped over his precisely chosen furniture. Bride incoming, Zoe announced, bursting into the bedroom with a tray of coffee and pastries. Time to rise and shine. We have approximately 4 hours to transform you from corporate powerhouse to ethereal vision of bridal perfection. Is there coffee in that scenario? Olivia asked, sitting up and running a hand through her sleep-tousled hair. 2 cups minimum, Zoe confirmed, placing the tray on the bedside table. Plus whatever additional caffeine the hair and makeup team deems necessary for optimal results. Olivia reached for a steaming mug, inhaling the rich aroma. Have I mentioned lately that you're the best maid of honor ever? Not in the last 12 hours, Zoe replied cheerfully. But I accept your sleep-deprived adoration. She perched on the edge of the bed, studying Olivia carefully. Nervous? Not about marrying Ethan, Olivia said truthfully. Just about the spectacle of it all. I keep thinking we should have eloped. Eleanor would never have forgiven you, Zoe reminded her. Besides, after everything you two have been through, you deserve the fairy tale ending. Olivia smiled at her cousin's romantic characterization. Their story was hardly a fairy tale, more a corporate merger that had unexpectedly blossomed into something genuine. Yet there was something appropriate about celebrating that journey publicly, acknowledging the transformation from arrangement to authentic commitment. Did Ethan's journal get delivered with his things to the hotel? Olivia asked, reaching for a croissant. Yep, all taken care of, Zoe confirmed. Though I still don't understand why you're giving him a journal on your wedding day. Isn't that more of an anniversary gift? It's a tradition I want to start, Olivia explained, not elaborating further. The leather-bound journal was intended as a place for Ethan to record his thoughts about their life together. A more permanent, deliberate version of the notes he habitually made about everything else in his life. The morning passed in a flurry of activity as Olivia's apartment transformed into a bridal preparation zone. Hairstylists, makeup artists, and the photography team arrived in quick succession, turning the usually calm space into an organized chaos of beauty products, camera equipment, and garment bags. "Package for you," Zoe announced, entering the bedroom where a makeup artist was applying the finishing touches to Olivia's face. "From your husband-to-be." The small box contained a pair of sapphire earrings. Elegant, understated, and exactly to Olivia's taste. The accompanying note read simply, *something blue. See you at the altar. E*. "That man," Olivia murmured, touched by his thoughtfulness. "I know, it's disgusting how perfect he is," Zoe agreed with mock dismay. "Now stop smiling before you ruin your makeup." By the time Olivia slipped into her wedding dress, an architectural creation of silk and lace that managed to be both timeless and distinctly modern, the apartment had emptied of all but her closest attendants. Her parents arrived to escort her to the church, her father growing suspiciously misty-eyed at the sight of his daughter in bridal attire. "You look beautiful, Mija," he said, his Portuguese accent thickening with emotion. "Ethan is a fortunate man." "I'm the fortunate one," Olivia replied, meaning it completely. At the hotel where he had spent the night, Ethan was completing his own preparations with considerably less fanfare but equal attention to detail. James lounged on the suite sofa, ostensibly there to provide moral support but primarily offering a running commentary of dubious helpfulness. "The tie is crooked," he observed as Ethan adjusted his bow tie for the third time. "Slightly clockwise and you've got it." "Your assistance is underwhelming," Ethan replied dryly, making the suggested adjustment nonetheless. "That's why you appointed me best man," James countered. "For my honesty, not my tact." Ethan's phone chimed with a message from Charlotte. "Dad says car's leaving in 20 minutes. Don't be late to your own wedding or Olivia might come to her senses." "Your sister has such faith in me," Ethan commented, showing James the message. "She's not wrong," James replied with a grin. "Olivia is definitely the catch in this relationship." Despite his friend's teasing, Ethan felt remarkably calm. The usual pre-event tension that accompanied major business functions was entirely absent, replaced by a quiet certainty that he was exactly where he was meant to be, doing exactly what he was meant to do. "Almost forgot," James said, reaching for his overnight bag. "Olivia asked me to make sure this was in your things." He handed over a leather-bound journal. "Wedding present, I gather?" "I didn't know about this," Ethan said, examining the handsome volume with its embossed initials. EWR for Ethan William Reynolds. "Well, don't open it now," James advised, checking his watch. "We need to leave in 10 minutes, and knowing you, you'll get distracted reading whatever she wrote and forget the time." But Ethan had already opened the journal, finding a single page with Olivia's distinctive handwriting. Curiosity outweighing his usual punctuality, he began to read. "Ethan. This journal is for recording our journey together, the big moments and the small ones that make up a shared life. I thought about writing some elaborate declaration of love on this first page, but instead, I want to share something simpler, gratitude. I'm grateful for that first impulsive kiss that started everything, for your patience as we navigated our unusual beginning, for your integrity as we transformed an arrangement into something real. Most of all, I'm grateful for the man you are when no one is watching, thoughtful, principled, and far more tender-hearted than you let the world see. Today we begin officially what has been true for months already, we belong together. Not because our grandparents wished it, or because it makes business sense, but because in you, I have found my partner in every sense of the word. With love and certainty. Olivia. You okay?" James asked, noticing Ethan's unusual silence. "I need paper," Ethan said abruptly, moving to the hotel desk. "And a pen." "Now? We have to leave in 5 minutes," Ethan finished for him. "This will only take 2. Olivia stood in the church vestibule, her father beside her, waiting for the music that would signal her entrance. Through the partially open doors, she could see the packed sanctuary. Colleagues, friends, and family gathered to witness an event that had begun as fiction but had transformed into the most genuine commitment of her life. At the altar stood Ethan, impossibly handsome in his tuxedo, his expression a mixture of nervousness and anticipation that she found endearing. This man, who could negotiate multi-million-dollar deals without breaking a sweat, was visibly moved by the sight of the church filled for their wedding. The organ began the processional, and Olivia took a deep breath, squeezing her father's arm. This was it, the culmination of an extraordinary journey that had begun with an impulsive kiss born of heartbreak and pride. As she began her walk down the aisle, Ethan's eyes found hers, and the connection between them was palpable. A silent communication that had developed over months of working together, living together, loving each other. In his gaze, she saw everything she needed: respect, desire, understanding, and a depth of feeling that no arrangement could have manufactured. When she reached the altar, her father placed her hand in Ethan's with the traditional significance of giving her away, though they all knew Olivia was very much her own person, making her own choice. "You're breathtaking," Ethan whispered as they turned to face the minister. The ceremony proceeded with traditional solemnity until they reached the moment when the minister asked, "If anyone can show just cause why this couple cannot lawfully be joined together in matrimony, let them speak now or forever hold their peace." In the brief pause that customarily followed this question, Ethan himself spoke up. "Actually," he said, his voice carrying clearly through the suddenly silent church, "I need to say something." A collective gasp rippled through the congregation. Olivia turned to him, confusion and alarm warring in her expression. "Ethan," she whispered, "what are you doing?" He took both her hands in his, facing her directly. "I can't marry you under false pretenses," he said, his voice steady despite the audible murmurs spreading through the church. "False pretenses?" Olivia repeated, her heart pounding. "Not the way you think," Ethan clarified quickly. "I love you, completely, without reservation. But I realized something this morning when I read your note." He glanced down at their joined hands. "You've been brave enough to speak your truth from the beginning, from that first impulsive kiss to your honest declaration of feelings when our arrangement was ending. I've been more cautious, more guarded." Olivia stared at him, understanding dawning. "Ethan, this isn't necessary." "It is," he insisted gently. "I can't marry you without making sure you know exactly what you're getting into." His voice softened, meant for her alone despite their hundreds of witnesses. "I've been in love with you since that first kiss at the Bellevue. Fighting it, denying it, trying to keep it contained within our agreement, but loving you nonetheless." Tears welled in Olivia's eyes, emotions too complex for simple categorization overwhelming her. "I don't want you to marry me because it makes practical sense, or because we work well together, or because our families want it," Ethan continued, his own eyes suspiciously bright. "I want you to marry me only if you truly want to build a life with me. Messy, imperfect, but completely real." He took a deep breath, then spoke the words that would forever alter the course of their ceremony. "So I'm asking you now, in front of everyone we care about, Olivia Parker, will you marry me? Not because we arranged it, but because you choose it." The church held its collective breath, witness to an unexpected moment of raw vulnerability from a man known for his careful control. And in that suspended moment their journey, from calculated arrangement to genuine love, hung in perfect balance, awaiting Olivia's answer. Chapter 19. The stunned silence in the church stretched into what felt like eternity. Hundreds of eyes fixed on Olivia, awaiting her response to Ethan's unexpected declaration and question. For Olivia, the world had narrowed to just Ethan's face, the vulnerability in his eyes, the tension in his jaw, the uncharacteristic openness of his expression. This man, who calculated risk in every business decision, had just taken the greatest personal risk of all: complete emotional honesty in front of everyone they knew. Her heart swelled with love for him, even as a small part of her wanted to throttle him for choosing this particular moment for his revelation. "You," she began, her voice wavering slightly before finding strength, "are the most infuriating man I have ever met." A surprised chuckle rippled through the congregation as she continued. "You couldn't have had this epiphany during our rehearsal dinner? Or perhaps over breakfast?" Relief flickered across Ethan's features at her teasing tone. Timing has never been my strong suit, he admitted ruefully. Clearly, Olivia agreed, squeezing his hands. Then, more seriously, I read your journal too. Confusion replaced the relief on Ethan's face. My journal? The one you accidentally left in my apartment last week, Olivia explained. I know I shouldn't have, but I saw my name and couldn't help myself. She took a steadying breath. I read what you wrote about me, about us. I already knew how you felt, Ethan. Understanding dawned in his eyes. That's why you seemed so calm this morning. I was calm because I was certain, Olivia corrected gently. Certain that what we have isn't an arrangement or a convenient partnership or even just a good match. It's love, messy and unexpected and absolutely real. The minister cleared his throat discreetly. Perhaps we should. Just a moment, Olivia said, holding up one finger without taking her eyes from Ethan's. I'm not quite finished. She stepped closer to Ethan, conscious of their audience but speaking only to him. Yes, Ethan Reynolds. I will marry you, not because we arranged it, not because it's practical, but because I choose you. Every day, in every way, I choose you. The tension visibly drained from Ethan's shoulders as a smile, the rare, genuine smile that transformed his features, spread across his face. Even though I just disrupted our carefully planned wedding? Especially because of that, Olivia replied with a laugh. The Ethan Reynolds I first met would never have risked such a public display of emotion. The fact that you did tells me everything I need to know about how we've changed each other. The minister stepped forward again, clearly determined to regain control of the ceremony. If the declarations are complete, he said with delicate emphasis, perhaps we can proceed with the actual vows? The congregation laughed, the tension broken. Ethan and Olivia turned back to the minister, hands still joined, both wearing expressions of mingled amusement and devotion. The remainder of the ceremony proceeded without further interruption, though with a palpable sense of authenticity that transcended the traditional script. When they were finally pronounced husband and wife, Ethan's kiss held none of the restrained propriety typical of church weddings. It was a declaration in itself, passionate and unapologetic. Well, Eleanor commented dryly to Richard as the newly married couple moved back down the aisle, that was certainly more dramatic than I anticipated. Drama seems to be their specialty, Richard replied with a chuckle. Remember how they met? How could I forget? Eleanor said, her eyes twinkling. Best arrangement I never actually arranged. The reception at the Roosevelt was a celebration worthy of the occasion, with none of the stiffness that sometimes characterizes such formal events. News of Ethan's altar declaration had spread quickly among the guests, adding an atmosphere of romantic spontaneity that complemented the elegant surroundings. I still can't believe you did that, Olivia said to Ethan as they swayed together during their first dance. Ethan Reynolds, master of control, objecting to his own wedding. Technically, I didn't object to the wedding, Ethan pointed out, his hand warm against the small of her back. Just to any lingering pretense between us. Semantics, Olivia teased, then grew more serious. I meant what I said, you know. About reading your journal. I hope you're not upset. Ethan considered this, his expression thoughtful. Normally, I'd consider it an invasion of privacy, he admitted. But in this case, perhaps it was necessary. I've never been skilled at expressing my feelings directly. What did you read, exactly? Olivia's expression softened with memory. You wrote about the night of the venue crisis, when we stayed up all night problem-solving together. You said it was the moment you realized you couldn't imagine your life without me in it, not just professionally, but personally. Ah, Ethan said, a hint of color rising to his cheeks. That entry. There was more, Olivia continued, her voice gentle. About how you'd been fighting your feelings because of our arrangement, because you thought I still saw it as a business transaction. About how you wanted to tell me but were afraid of forcing me into a position where I might feel obligated to reciprocate. You make me sound quite tortured, Ethan observed wryly. You were being considerate, Olivia corrected. And overthinking everything, as usual. But it was also incredibly sweet. The music shifted to a more upbeat tempo, signaling the end of their spotlight moment. As other couples joined them on the dance floor, Ethan drew Olivia closer, speaking directly into her ear. No more secrets, he promised. No more careful calculations about what to reveal and what to withhold. Just us, moving forward together, honestly. I like the sound of that, Olivia replied, resting her head briefly against his chest. The evening progressed with traditional reception activities. Cake cutting, toasts, bouquet tossing, all infused with the genuine joy that had characterized the day since Ethan's unexpected declaration. When Eleanor caught the bouquet, despite being at least 4 decades older than most of the single women gathered for the toss, her triumphant expression drew laughter and applause from the entire room. Pure skill, she informed Zoe with mock seriousness. Years of judicial hand-eye coordination. As the celebration continued, Olivia and Ethan circulated among their guests, accepting congratulations and sharing moments with friends and family who had witnessed their journey. Some knowingly, others unaware of the complex path that had led to this day. James pulled Ethan aside during a quiet moment. That was quite a performance at the altar, he commented, his tone teasing but his eyes serious. Though knowing you, it wasn't a performance at all. Most impulsive thing I've ever done, Ethan admitted. Possibly the most honest too. It suits you, James said, surprising his friend with the sincerity of the observation. This whole. He gestured vaguely, openness. Vulnerability. Whatever you want to call it. You seem more yourself somehow. Before Ethan could respond, Eleanor approached, her expression unusually serious. Ethan dear, she said, her voice slightly strained, I think I need to sit down. I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. Both men immediately moved to support her, guiding her to the nearest chair. Eleanor's face had paled significantly, and she pressed a hand to her chest in a gesture that triggered immediate alarm. Should we call an ambulance? James asked, already reaching for his phone. No, Eleanor protested weakly. Just need to rest a moment. Perhaps some water. Ethan knelt beside his grandmother, concern etched in his features. I'm calling medical assistance, he said firmly. This isn't something to take chances with, especially after your episode earlier this year. Within minutes, Olivia had joined them, her bridal radiance replaced by worried concentration as she observed Eleanor's condition. We should get her to the hospital, she said decisively. Even if it's just a precaution. I'm fine, Eleanor insisted, though her voice lacked its usual authority. Don't disrupt your wedding reception on my account. The reception can continue without us, Ethan said, already signaling to his father across the room. James can make our excuses. Of course, James agreed. I'll tell everyone there's been a minor family situation and you'll return if possible. Despite Eleanor's continued protests, she was quickly escorted to a waiting car, with Ethan and Olivia accompanying her. As they settled into the back seat, Olivia still in her wedding gown and Ethan in his tuxedo, Eleanor's demeanor changed subtly. Hospital, Ethan instructed the driver, his arm protectively around his grandmother. Actually, Eleanor said, her voice suddenly stronger, I'm feeling much better already. Perhaps we could just drive around the block? Get some fresh air. Ethan and Olivia exchanged confused glances. Eleanor, Olivia began carefully, you looked quite ill just moments ago. We should have you checked by a doctor. Oh, for heaven's sake, Eleanor sighed, straightening in her seat. I wasn't actually ill. I was creating an opportunity. An opportunity? Ethan repeated, bewilderment evident in his tone. For what, exactly? For you two to have a moment alone, Eleanor explained as if it were obvious. After that dramatic declaration at the altar, I thought you might appreciate some privacy to process before returning to your guests. Realization dawned on Olivia's face, followed quickly by incredulous laughter. You faked a medical emergency at our wedding reception? I wouldn't call it faking, Eleanor demurred. More like a strategic performance. I did feel a bit warm from all the dancing. Ethan stared at his grandmother in disbelief. You scared years off my life for? What? A romantic gesture. Precisely, Eleanor confirmed, looking rather pleased with herself. And now that we've established I'm perfectly fine, perhaps the driver could take us to the Bellevue Hotel bar? I believe that location holds some significance for you both. The Bellevue. Olivia echoed, surprised. Why would we go there now? Full circle, my dear, Eleanor said cryptically. Sometimes the most meaningful journeys end where they began. Ethan and Olivia exchanged another glance, this one filled with shared memory and unexpectedly emotional resonance. The Bellevue Hotel bar, where an impulsive kiss had set their entire story in motion. Driver, Ethan said after a moment's consideration, change of plans. Take us to the Bellevue Hotel. As the car changed direction, Eleanor settled back with a satisfied smile. I knew you'd see the poetry in it. Chapter 20. The Bellevue Hotel's elegant bar looked much as it had the day Olivia first approached Ethan, the same amber lighting, the same gleaming surfaces, the same hushed atmosphere of luxury. Yet everything else had changed. I can't believe we're here, Olivia said as they entered, still in her wedding dress and Ethan in his tuxedo. On our wedding day, no less. My grandmother has an unusual sense of timing, Ethan acknowledged, guiding her toward a quiet corner with his hand at the small of her back. A gesture that had evolved from their performative affection to a habit of genuine attachment. Eleanor had remained in the car, insisting the moment belonged to them alone. I'll wait 15 minutes, then have the driver take me home, she declared with the authority that brooked no argument. You two deserve a private toast before returning to your reception. Now, settled at a secluded table, not the one where they'd first met, but with a clear view of it, Ethan ordered champagne from a wide-eyed server clearly not accustomed to serving brides and grooms in the middle of their wedding day. To think, Olivia mused, glancing around, if Mark hadn't been meeting Victoria here that day, if I hadn't gotten that interview, if I hadn't been quite so impulsive. We might never have met, Ethan finished. Or at least, not like that. Do you think it would have happened anyway? Olivia asked, curious. Given our family connections, we might have crossed paths eventually. Ethan considered this, his expression thoughtful. Perhaps. But I doubt it would have unfolded the same way. That kiss. He smiled at the memory. It forced me out of my carefully constructed patterns. No gradual acquaintance, no professional distance. Just immediate, undeniable connection. That I initially tried to dismiss as embarrassment and you interpreted as irritation, Olivia reminded him with a laugh. Details, Ethan said dismissively, taking her hand across the table. The point is, it began here. Unexpectedly, impulsively, and with more honesty than either of us realized at the time. The champagne arrived, 2 flutes placed before them with murmured congratulations from the server who had clearly pieced together their story from their attire and snippets of conversation. To beginnings, Ethan proposed, raising his glass. Both the one that brought us here and the one we're embarking on now. To beginnings, Olivia echoed, touching her glass to his. And to unexpected journeys. They sipped in companionable silence, the familiar surroundings creating a strange sense of time folding back on itself, as if they were simultaneously their past and present selves, occupying the same space but with fundamentally altered perspectives. I was so afraid that day, Olivia admitted, setting down her glass. Not of you, but of what the future held. My career seemed uncertain, my relationship had imploded. I felt like I was free-falling. And now? Ethan asked, his grey eyes intent on hers. Now I feel anchored, Olivia replied simply. Not restrained or limited, but securely connected to something larger than myself. To you, to our shared life, to the family we're building together. Ethan's expression softened with emotion she had once thought him incapable of showing so openly. That might be the most beautiful thing anyone has ever said to me, he said quietly. Well, then I haven't been saying enough beautiful things, Olivia replied with a smile. Because you deserve to hear them daily. Around them, other hotel guests came and went, some casting curious glances at the bride and groom having a private moment amid the bustle of a luxury hotel bar. Olivia could almost see her former self, professionally dressed, heartbroken, desperately summoning courage, approaching Ethan at the bar. How unimaginable this future would have seemed to that woman. We should get back to our reception, Ethan said eventually, though his tone suggested reluctance. Our guests will be wondering where we've disappeared to. Probably assuming we've skipped directly to the honeymoon portion of the evening, Olivia said with a mischievous smile that brought a flicker of heat to Ethan's eyes. Don't tempt me, he warned, his voice dropping to that lower register that never failed to send a pleasant shiver down her spine. As they prepared to leave, a hotel staff member approached their table. "Mr. and Mrs. Reynolds," he said with a respectful nod, "the hotel manager asked me to convey his congratulations and to inform you that we've prepared the garden terrace for your use, should you wish to extend your visit." Olivia and Ethan exchanged puzzled glances. "We didn't arrange anything on the terrace," Ethan said. "A Judge Parker made the arrangements," the staff member explained. "She said you might wish to see it before departing." Eleanor. Of course. Curious, they followed the staff member through the hotel to a secluded terrace overlooking the city. To their astonishment, the space had been transformed with candles, flowers, and a small arrangement of chairs. At the center stood a simple archway decorated with white roses and greenery. "What is this?" Olivia asked, taking in the unexpected scene. "Your grandmother is waiting in the adjacent lounge," the staff member informed Ethan. "She asked that I direct you there once you've seen the terrace." In the elegantly appointed lounge, they found not only Eleanor but also Olivia's parents, Richard, Charlotte, Zoe, and James, their immediate family and closest friends. "Surprise," Eleanor said, looking inordinately pleased with herself. "I thought you might appreciate a second, more intimate ceremony after the public spectacle earlier." "You arranged all this?" Ethan asked, amazement evident in his voice. "When did you even have time?" "I've been planning it for weeks," Eleanor admitted. "The hospital episode was a last-minute addition when I saw the opportunity arise." "But our guests at the Roosevelt," Olivia began, "are being beautifully entertained by the band and the open bar," Zoe assured her. "We left instructions that you two had a private matter to attend to and would return for the final hour of the reception." "So," Eleanor said, rising from her seat with surprising spryness for someone who had feigned illness less than an hour earlier, "what do you say? A small, private ceremony with just your closest family. Here, where your story began, without pretense or performance. Just the truth of who you are and what you mean to each other." Olivia turned to Ethan, her heart full. "What do you think?" His expression was unguarded, filled with the love he had once been so careful to conceal. "I think your grandmother is a brilliant conspirator," he said, then more softly, "and I think I'd marry you 100 times over in any setting, if it meant confirming what we've found together." "That's a yes then," Eleanor interpreted with satisfaction. "Excellent. The officiant is waiting, and I, for one, would like to be home at a reasonable hour. Some of us aren't as young as we once were." The small group moved to the terrace, where a justice of the peace, an old colleague of Eleanor's, waited beneath the floral arch. As Olivia and Ethan took their places, the city lights spread below them like earthbound stars, creating a backdrop far more meaningful than any elaborately designed altar. This ceremony was brief, stripped of pageantry but filled with genuine emotion. Their vows, though improvised, carried the weight of genuine commitment, shaped by the journey that had brought them to this moment. The unexpected detours, the gradual revelations, the courage to move beyond calculation into vulnerability. "By the power vested in me," the justice concluded, "I once again pronounce you husband and wife. Though I understand," he added with a twinkle in his eye, "that this is merely a confirmation of what became official earlier today." As Ethan drew Olivia into a kiss that held both tenderness and promise, she felt a sense of completion that transcended the legal formalities. This moment, intimate, honest, surrounded by those who had witnessed their journey most closely, represented the truth of what they had built together. Later, as they returned to the Roosevelt to rejoin their larger celebration, Olivia leaned against Ethan in the car, her head resting comfortably on his shoulder. "2 ceremonies in one day," she mused. "Most couples struggle to get through just one." "We've never done things quite according to the standard formula," Ethan pointed out, his arm secure around her. "Why start now?" "Do you ever wonder," Olivia asked, voicing a thought that had occurred to her during their terrace ceremony, "what would have happened if I hadn't kissed you that day? If I'd chosen someone else in the bar, or just nursed my drink alone?" Ethan was quiet for a moment, considering. "I believe we would have found each other eventually," he said finally. "Perhaps through our families, perhaps through business connections. But I admit, I'm rather fond of the way it actually happened." Even though I essentially assaulted you in a public place? Olivia teased. Especially because of that, Ethan confirmed with a smile. It was honest, impulsive and perhaps ill-advised, but absolutely authentic. Everything meaningful in our relationship has flowed from that initial authenticity, even when we tried to contain it within a structured arrangement. As the car approached the Roosevelt, where their guests awaited their return, Olivia reflected on the extraordinary journey that had brought them to this moment. From an impulsive kiss born of heartbreak, through a calculated arrangement designed for mutual benefit, to a genuine partnership built on respect, understanding and love, their story had unfolded in ways neither could have anticipated. "Ready, Mrs. Reynolds?" Ethan asked as the car came to a stop, offering his hand with the blend of formality and intimacy that characterized so much of their relationship. "Always, Mr. Reynolds," Olivia replied, taking his hand and stepping into the next chapter of their story. Thank you. Kindly like and subscribe for more free audiobooks.